Good afternoon, Bengals fans. Welcome in once again to Bengals Breakdown. I am your host, Stone Shields, here for our Week 15 watch party. Super excited for the game that we have on our hands here this afternoon. We've been doing these watch parties all season long. We've had a ton of fun throughout the process. Obviously, we all wish the Bengals had a couple of more wins than what they do right now, but still have a chance. Again, mathematically still have a chance. It's not quite as far-fetched as I imagined kind of after last week's game. So basically we'll get into all the things that Cincinnati needs to happen if they are going to make the postseason. But 4 games left and not quite dead yet. So we will get into all of those scenarios as we progress throughout our pregame show. Appreciate all the real ones hanging out with us early, right on time when we come on live here at Bengals Breakdown. We'll give a couple of shout-outs here to our friends that have been with us this whole time. Matt hanging out with us as always. Matt, appreciate you. Matt's in the comment section. And, Matt's got a little bit of hope as well. He said if they do get in somehow, though, ... You are right. If Cincinnati can find a way to get into the postseason. And just because, it's the Cincinnati Bengals and everything that they do, there's some drama around it, right? It comes down to the wire. I would imagine they can get this thing until the final week of the season. That's kind of my prediction. I bet Cincinnati goes into the final week of the regular season with a chance. And they'll, of course, need to beat Pittsburgh, and then they'll probably need Denver to lose, Indianapolis to lose, and or Miami to lose as well. But that's my prediction. They're going to stay alive here for the next couple of weeks. And then ultimately, it'll come down to the final week if they get in. But you're right. Absolutely no team wants to face these Cincinnati Bengals. You get Joe Burrow, you get Jamar Chase into the dance. That's a dangerous football team, and they, of course, would have a shot. But that's a long ways to go from now. It all starts here in Nashville, taking care of business, looking for a second straight win, something that you really haven't done a ton of this season. Seems like every time this year when you've had an opportunity to get some momentum going, you've went out there the next week and kind of laid an egg. So it would be crucial for Cincinnati to get another win here after last week's exciting win on Monday Night Football, where we finally saw the ball bounce Cincinnati's way last week. And Bengals totally should win this football game, all right? Titans not a good football team offensively. They haven't really been able to do much. I'm sure they'll come alive this week against this Bengals defense. But Cincinnati currently, as I last looked, 5.5-point favorites in this game. So Vegas thinks they should take care of business, and I certainly do as well. Tim Tyra, of course, hanging out. He says, "Hooday." He says, "What's up?" Tim has been with us all season long. Appreciate your support, Tim. Hopefully we can get a Bengals victory here this afternoon. Tim also said that he thinks Pittsburgh will rest their starters when we play them. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see in terms of what Pittsburgh's able to do over the next 3 weeks and what Baltimore does over the next 3 weeks as well, because I know Mike Tomlin's elite in these games in which he is an underdog, but I would be surprised if Pittsburgh was able to take care of business here in the late afternoon slot today against Philadelphia. I think they're probably going to lose, and Baltimore has a matchup with the Giants, 16.5-point favorites in that game. So I'm expecting Baltimore to kind of make a bit of a run here at the top of that division here. Let's just pull up these division standings real quick and just confirm exactly where they're at. Yeah, I mean, Baltimore's a couple of games behind there at 8-5, Pittsburgh at 10-3. But like I said, I think it's a good point, Tim, if Pittsburgh's able to beat Philadelphia today. That kind of creates some distance between themselves and Baltimore with only 3 weeks to go after this week. But I'm not going to write off Baltimore just yet when it comes to that race for the AFC North title, but we will see. Noah hanging out in the chat. He says Bengals win today 30-7. If the Bengals went out there defensively and only gave up single digits, I would be shocked, but I love the optimism. I think this team certainly could use a big win like that, and I think this fan base could use a stress-free win, something that, we haven't had, really all season long, and it felt like you controlled that Cleveland game early in the season for most of the game, but you ended up only winning that by 1 possession as well. So we will see. Heather's got the Bengals 34-13 as well. Heather Fullerton, appreciate you hanging out with us. Jacob just got it, says Houday as well. So make sure you guys, as you continue to file in, hit that like button for us. Got about 40 people hanging out with us right now and 14 likes. So let's see what kind of numbers we can do today here on our stream. We could hit that quadruple digit like total today, that would be pretty cool. Something we have only done one time. That, of course, was our Sunday night game when the Bengals lost painfully to the Chargers. But regardless, I think that's always a quality thing to shoot for. Fortune 5 says 24-16. Bengals win. Let's see who else we got in here. Outside is my life says he is at the game. So down there in Nashville, Tennessee, have a blast at Nissan Stadium. Really great city in Tennessee, and it's not, people don't really view Nashville as a football city, but being down there, it really is a great town, and they're really passionate about their athletics down there. So great venue, of course, to watch a football game. Great city in Nashville. So enjoy that one for sure. But again, Bengals 5.5-point favorites in this game, and we'll see what they can do. Going against Brian Callahan, of course, certainly a major storyline in this game. Callie was the OC here in Cincinnati for 5 years, came in with Zach Taylor in 2019, and I thought did a tremendous job calling the shots. There's been some video on social media, him catching up with his guys offensively, Burrow, Chase, Higgins, and he really did a phenomenal job. And it's good to see that Dan Pitcher really has kind of filled that role rather seamlessly here in 2024 for Cincinnati. And I'm pulling for Callie, to be honest with you. I think anytime you take a job and you don't have a quarterback, you're in a tough spot, right? So, clearly Will Levis is not the guy in Tennessee. He's going to get one more opportunity probably, kind of like a second chance, if you will, kind of what Sean Payton dealing with in Denver, right? Came in with Russ. You knew that was never going to work. It was kind of all or nothing for Payton in that draft to make sure he got the right quarterback, and he did in Bo Nix. I think you'll find Brian Callahan kind of in a similar position. When they get a quarterback, whether it's in free agency or this year in the draft, they got to hit if Callahan wants to be sticking around. But we'll get into our pregame show here in a moment. But first, I want to give a shout-out to our sponsor today, and that is PrizePicks. Once again, big shout-out to them for making things possible here on Bengals Breakdown for us this afternoon. Like I said, watch party today presented by PrizePicks. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action with over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings. PrizePicks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 200 times your cash. Run your game all season long on PrizePicks. You can now win up to 200 times your money on PrizePicks with as little as 4 correct picks. PrizePicks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. PrizePicks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks keeps your lineup live. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. They also invented the Flex Play. This is kind of what we threw together here at Chat Sports for our slate here this weekend. Giving away the freebie, Patrick Mahomes over a half a passing yard. So you got about, a little bit under an hour here, 40 minutes to get your PrizePicks slates in. Make sure you take advantage of that. Clearly a freebie there with the Mahomes over half a passing yard. Also here at Chat Sports, they decided to go with the more than on Jaden Daniels passing yards, as well as the more than on Tyreek Hill receiving yards. Bengals fans certainly will have an eye on that game, Miami versus Houston. We all should be pulling for Houston in that situation. But make sure you check out the Flex Play feature. Again, you don't have to get all of your picks correct. You can miss one and still double your money. So download the PrizePicks app today. Use code CLNS. Get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Again, download the app. Use code CLNS. Get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. It's PrizePicks. Run your game. All right, let me know who you guys got in this football game. Be honest with me. Type B for the Cincinnati Bengals or T for the Tennessee Titans. Look, I know people knock on me for being Mr. Optimism, right? But I've picked Cincinnati every single week this year. At this point, I don't see me switching up on that. Maybe if, Burrow sits out a game, that changes. But I'm going with Cincinnati again in this football game. I just think they have too much talent, offensively in particular, and I just haven't seen enough from Will Levis and company offensively for Tennessee that even with this terrible Bengals defense, I don't think they're going to give up more points than what Joe Burrow and the boys are going to score offensively for Cincinnati. So let me know in the comment section. Type B for the Bengals or T for the Titans. Towers Life says B. Jacob Just Got It says B. Heather says B. William House. William, appreciate you stopping by. As always, he says B. Aiden Miller says B. Noah says B. LJ says B. Metallica Dragon thinks it's going to be a big victory, 34-13 Cincinnati. Seems like kind of the vibe in the chat is this is going to be a big victory for Cincinnati, one in which where they don't really struggle too much, and seems like a stress-free, relatively game for Cincinnati based on what you guys are saying in the comment section right now. We certainly could use it. Again, we haven't had one all season long where we haven't been sitting there worried till the end about Cincinnati either not coming back and winning or holding on to their lead with that suspect defense. So would be nice to have a stress-free game today, but I'll believe it when I see it. Keep the predictions coming. B for the Bengals, T for the Titans. Here is our Super Chat menu for this afternoon. Giving away another raffle here at the end of the show. We love doing our raffles here at Bengals Breakdown. Obviously, kind of the budget is a little bit smaller for us here at Bengals Breakdown, but we've been able to give away some cool stuff. Giving away another beanie here this week as it gets chilly here in Cincinnati about the midway point of December. Had some days in the teens of recently coming into work. That's brutal when you're dealing with 17, 18-degree temperatures. I know you guys have to deal with that as well. So we're going to be giving away a Bengals beanie here on today's show. $5 Super Chat gets you into that raffle. Right when the game ends, we'll run the duck race, and we'll give away that beanie. Also, something new that we are doing today, $10 Super Chat gets you into the naughty or nice list. So we have a naughty or nice list generator. So basically, you send in a $10 Super Chat, we'll run you through the generator. And if you are on the nice list, you will get double the amount of entries. So, of course, if you send in $10, that's 2 entries. Well, if you're on the nice list and you send in the $10, that would be 4 entries for you. Naughty list, you still just get 2. So something we're doing, getting in the Christmas spirit here on Bengals Breakdown, kind of a new addition to our Super Chat menu. And, of course, $20 gets you into our Jungle Club 2.0. Hopefully going to be giving away a full-size Bengals helmet at the end of the season. Have some loyal members in our Jungle Club 2.0. Gave away a mini helmet earlier this season, and again, hoping to give away a full-size helmet here before this season wraps up. So that is our Super Chat menu, and right on cue, William House with a $20 banger into our first Super Chat of the afternoon. So let's get this figured out here. Again, doing some solo producing once again here today. So just bear with me as I try to do multiple things at once here on our live Week 15 watch party. And with William sending that in, we actually will do our naughty and nice list for the first time here this afternoon. So bear with me as I get that set up. While I'm in the process of getting that set up, I do want to spend a moment talking about quarterback Joe Burrow. He was a limited participant in practice this week, Wednesday and Thursday. He's had that right wrist designation on the injury report the entire season. Training camp, preseason, whole regular season, he has been on the report with that wrist injury, again, coming off of serious wrist procedure last season that he suffered in that Thursday night game against Baltimore. He has been on the injury report all season long, but for the first time this year, he has an additional designation with that knee injury that, of course, he got banged up on the Monday night game against the Cowboys this past week. We'll see how he is going to be as far as his mobility in this football game. He put the leg sleeve on last week, and then came out there and looked like himself, was able to move around just fine, move within the pocket, move with outside the pocket, and it really didn't look like it was affecting him at all. After the game, you saw him kind of walking around with a limp, and was limping pretty heavily at post game as well. So we'll continue to monitor that. Of course, the last time the Bengals played Tennessee, which we'll touch on more here as we get in throughout our pregame show. But Joe Burrow couldn't move at the beginning of the season last year, and he really had a bad game. Because of that, you really just hope the mobility of Burrow is better today, because if it's one thing that Tennessee can do well, it's their interior. That defensive front there, led by, of course, Jeffery Simmons. Their rookie T'Vondre Sweat out of Texas has had a nice year as well. So that's going to be an issue for Cincinnati. Hopefully he can move around like he's been moving around all season long, because that is really what's allowed him to play at such a high level. I think people kind of don't give him enough credit for his athleticism and the way he's able to move within the pocket and outside the pocket as well. And I think that's really what's allowed him to kind of take this next step here this year, and has been really, really unbelievable. All right, so got this pulled up here. And William, you will be happy to see that you're on the nice list. The generator said you are currently number 724 on Santa's nice list. Not too shabby considering everyone in the entire world. Keep up the good work. So William, of course, was going to get 4 entries into the hat raffle, but he gets 4 more because he is on the nice list. So William House, appreciate you. You've got 8 entries, and we are at $20 here as far as our super chat tally goes, about 15 minutes into the show. So William, appreciate you. Make sure you stick around to the end of our stream, and we will be giving away a Bengals beanie at the end of our show. And right now, you've got a pretty good opportunity to win that, considering you have 8 entries. Appreciate you, William. But back to Burrow. We'll see exactly how he is able to move around in this football game. Slightly concerned about it. He was a full participant Friday, kind of the walkthrough, right? Standard walkthrough practice on Friday for NFL teams that are playing on Sunday, and was limited Wednesday and Thursday, but he didn't seem too concerned about it during his press conference leading up to the game. Obviously, he was more concerned about the fact his house got broken into, which we spent some time throughout the week talking about that. I'm sure that will be a topic of discussion on the broadcast. But regardless, if he can't play at that high of a level, the Bengals just aren't good enough to go out there and beat teams, even a lowly team like the Tennessee Titans. So we'll find out pretty early how that knee feels and how he's moving around out there on the football field. But so far, I think there's definitely reason to be optimistic, because he didn't seem concerned, and Zach Taylor didn't seem concerned either. Now, this part is concerning. Orlando Brown Jr. is out again with a fibula injury. He went for the Pittsburgh game. He's been banged up for a lot of the season, which really is a shame considering he was playing at such a high level, really an all-pro level, through the first couple of weeks of the season. Got banged up in that Cleveland game, I believe. So that was a while ago. Had to come out of that game. Tried to play the Philadelphia game. Had to come out of that game as well. Missed a couple of games. Was a knee and a fibula. Now they're just saying it's the fibula. That's kind of holding him back. Went out there against Pittsburgh because it really felt like that was the do-or-die game for Cincinnati. Again, still technically have some life here as far as postseason hopes go, but that Pittsburgh game, kind of an all-or-nothing game. It felt like he tried to go for that. Had to come out of that game. Didn't have the best game. Had a couple of crucial false starts in that game for Cincinnati, and we haven't seen him since. So Cody Ford had been playing at that left tackle spot, but they are going to be without Cody Ford as well in this game. Popped up late on the injury report with an illness. I don't know if it is related to what Sheldon Rankins is dealing with. I know a lot of people around here are sick at this moment. Just kind of the nature of, getting into these colder months happens a lot, so we'll see exactly. He apparently Cody Ford tried to go in warm-ups and was not able to do so, so they will not have Cody Ford at that left tackle position. So that means who the heck's going to play at left tackle? And they're going to have 3 options. Andrew Coker, who they recently added as an undrafted free agent, spent some time on the practice squad of Vegas, now currently with Cincinnati, and he is active for this football game. So he could potentially go out there and get the start. He's a rookie. He's undrafted. Played a lot at TCU. Was there for 4 years. Had a successful collegiate career, but kind of throwing him into the fire of an NFL game, not ideal. Devin Cochran, who if I had to guess, I would say that he's probably going to get the start here in this game for the Bengals. Cochran's been a member of the team since 2022, but really has been a practice squad guy. It did a decent job in the preseason. I think he was probably the first or second offensive lineman that missed out on making the active roster going into week 1. So this guy that's familiar with the team. Again, played a lot in the preseason, has been with the Bengals throughout the entirety of his career, but I'm not sure if he really has many snaps with the Cincinnati Bengals in regular season football games. I would think he would be the guy, perhaps, to go out there for this team, or Andrew Stuber is going to be another guy that Bengals signed middle of the season, I would say, to their practice squad. They waived him and they ended up bringing him back, most notably spent some time with the Atlanta Falcons. So it's either Coker, Stuber, or Cochran at that left tackle spot for Cincinnati, and that's going to be an area of concern because really, I think they have 2 NFL starts combined out of the 3 of those guys. So an offensive line that's already thin there with Orlando Brown out. Now Cody Ford is out as well. Of course, you lost Trent Brown in the beginning of the season. So your Marius Mims has been doing an outstanding job at the right side, holding down that side of the offensive line. He's been banged up, too, with an ankle. He's going to go, has been a limited participant in practice throughout the past couple of weeks, but I don't think it really has affected his play too much. But Cordell Volson going to have to step up in this game because he's back at left guard. We saw Volson kind of get the boot there when Orlando Brown came back, and they just bumped Cody Ford inside of that left guard spot, and Cordell Volson got benched. But he was back last week. He did okay. We'll see how he does this week because, again, Tennessee, 3-10, not a good football team. They can get after you as far as the interior of their defensive line goes. And that is the biggest question mark in this game for Cincinnati is how they're going to do as far as the protection on the offensive line and if they're going to be able to run the football in this game. Because as we always talk about here, as the Bengals kind of get more and more out of the playoffs and you still are running Joe Burrow out there on the football field, again, no reason to fully get off the gas pedal yet because you still have life. But seeing Joe Burrow drop back 50-plus times is not a good thing because once you get eliminated, assuming you get eliminated at some point, there's no reason for him to take the kind of punishment that he has throughout this year. Is the only way this season gets worse. Said it multiple times here. The only way this season gets worse for Cincinnati is if something happens to number 9 over the course of these next 4 weeks and potentially impacts his availability to start the 2025 season. Really the only way that this thing could get worse for Cincinnati. So certainly going to monitor that left tackle spot again. We'll see who gets the start, whether it be Coker, Cochran, or Stuber. No reason to really feel confident about any of those guys because there just hasn't been, enough starts out there at the professional level. Again, only 2 combined between those guys. Another opportunity for you guys to get interactive here with our stream at Bengals Breakdown. What's your concern level with Joe Burrow's knee? Scale it for us in the comments section, 1 to 10. Again, this is something where first time he drops back, you're going to be like, oh, that's completely fine, or it's going to be like, oh, this is something that we're going to have to pay attention to throughout the course of this game. We're going to find out very quickly. William House, not concerned. He says 2. Will Be Mine says 2 as well. I'm probably in the middle. Probably just with the 5, partially because of the history of Joe Burrow, right? And kind of the injury history that he has had throughout his career. And just the fact that how valuable he is to this football team. Because think about Bengals are 5-8 right now. I mean, if they didn't have Joe Burrow, they would be a winless football team. There's probably, right? Like they're literally so Joe Burrow centric and so reliant on him and his ability. So that's probably really the only reason I'm a little bit concerned. And just on top of that, just the history of Burrow and kind of the history he's had with struggling to stay healthy. But if he can finish these next 4 games, he is definitely a shoo-in for the Comeback Player of the Year. It would be his second time winning that award. Of course, won it in the Super Bowl season as well. And that would be pretty exciting if he could get that award once again. Let me know. Keep it coming in the comments section, 1 to 10. Let's get into some keys to victory here. About 28 minutes away from kickoff in Nashville. I got 4 of them here for this football game. First up, got to get Khalil Herbert going in this game. Why? Well, a couple of reasons. Chase Brown has been phenomenal for you this year. Zach Moss went out with a neck injury, caused him to miss the rest of the season. Moss, by the way, under contract for next year. So there's a chance that he'll still have a decently sized role with this club. But it is very clear. Chase Brown is a hit. I mean, we've all gotten on kind of the front office Duke Tobin and his staff are missing on draft picks. Certainly, I've seen a lot of misses defensively. Chase Brown, not a miss. 5th-round guy that is a real hit for Cincinnati. Very clear. Joe Burrow loves him, and he's going to be your back for a while here with the Bengals. But over these next 5 games, he's taken a ton of punishment, has Chase Brown, especially since Zach Moss has gone down. So you have to see what you have in Khalil Herbert. Herbert, of course, brought over in the trade at the deadline with the Chicago Bears. Cincinnati sending a 7th-round pick to Chicago. The Bears sending Khalil Herbert back in return. And look, I like this kid. I really do. I think, he had a really solid start to his career, and for whatever reason, with the emergence of DeAndre Swift in Chicago, he just kind of got phased out of what they were doing offensively. And, he was certainly a target for several teams at the deadline. The Bengals were able to go out there and get him. Started pretty rocky, right? Remember his first snap as a Cincinnati Bengal, he fumbled, so that wasn't great, and I don't think he got another carry the rest of that game. But we've seen him get some more looks here the past couple of games, particularly last week against Dallas was the most that we have seen him be utilized. So we'll see if they take another step with the utilization of Khalil Herbert in this game. You just want to see what you have in him because he could be a guy that could be, someone that sticks around for you going into next year that could be a part of your success if he's a guy that Cincinnati trusts. We've seen him in the return game as well, kick returns. We'll see if he gets an opportunity to make any splash plays in that department in this game. But I want to see what you really have in Khalil Herbert, and I want to take some of the punishment off Chase Brown. I do have Chase Brown in fantasy, so maybe we can keep feeding him until I'm eliminated from those playoffs. But regardless, you got to figure out what you have in Khalil Herbert here and give him some more looks, take some of the workload off Chase Brown, and take some of the workload off Joe Burrow. I think you really need to stick to the run in this game. Again, no reason to have to drop back a million times in this game and put Joe Burrow in harm's way. Let's get things going on the ground. Let's get Chase Brown going. Let's see what we got in Khalil Herbert as a potential guy that could be sticking around in the future as far as somebody that you can count on to be productive for your team. Second key to victory here that we will get into, the mobility of Joe Burrow. I want to talk about the game that he played in last year. I know it was a while ago. It was the beginning of the season last year. If you guys remember, in 2023, the Bengals started out very similar to how they started out here in 2024. But they were able to flip the script relatively early on and get hot. And it felt like they were making a run to the playoffs, but then they blew that game at home to Houston. Tyler Boyd, who we'll see today, by the way, as a member of the Tennessee Titans, dropped the game winner in the end zone. Just ultimately didn't make enough plays. Defensively, you were horrendous, right? Noah Brown was running around. He still might be open right now at Paycor Stadium based on that performance with Houston last year. And then that was just kind of a devastating game where it felt like you had the better team, and it felt like in a lot of ways you played good enough to win, but ultimately you fell short. And then the following week, Joe Burrow gets hurt, short week, Baltimore, season over at that point. But back to that game. At the beginning of last year, you only scored 3 points offensively in that game, and Joe Burrow really looked like a shell of himself. He absolutely could not move last year when they played the Tennessee Titans. This is what he did in that game, 20 of 30, 165 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. Not like he was turning the football over at an absurd rate or anything like that, but when he's not out there being special, this team just doesn't have a chance. And again, last year, and I believe the field goal they scored was on their first possession of that game as well. So trying to kind of, clear some of the nightmares from that game here in 2024, going back to Nissan Stadium. It always feels like for whatever reason the Bengals are going to Nissan Stadium to play the Titans. Of course, the playoff game a couple of years ago on the way to the Super Bowl was in Nashville as well. But, look, his mobility in this game is really going to be critical. We'll see. Again, when he put the sleeve on last week and went back into the game, it didn't look like his mobility had changed whatsoever. But, of course, pain probably hadn't really fully set in. The adrenaline was pumping prime time Monday night. Might be a little bit more of a different story here in this game. We'll see what kind of protection he opts to wear on the knee. But hopefully he can go out there and protect himself and move around well enough. And it's going to be up to Zach Taylor and Dan Pitcher to put him in some good situations where, he isn't at harm's way and, again, isn't dropping back a million times to throw the football. Against this Tennessee Titans team, you want to be in a spot where you have a lead and you can really lean on your run game as the game progresses. And again, 5.5-point favorites, you should have a lead at some point. Really don't want to be in that situation again this week where you're trying to come from behind to win a football game. We're going to learn a lot about this Bengals team here this week as far as where they are at. Because if they go mess around in this game or, God forbid, lose the football game to Tennessee, I mean, it's time to really hit the panic button if you're Cincinnati. It's a big game for Zach Taylor, right? You're coming off a win. Clearly have the better team. You got your best players playing at an elite level. You got to find a way to win this football game and stay alive for another week in this playoff race. I know a lot of Bengals fans are already kind of moved on, thinking about the offseason, kind of saying this is a wrap here in 2024. But this is a really, really, really big game for a lot of people on this team, not only the personnel, but also the coaches as well. Lou Anarumo goes up there and gives up 35 points to Will Levis. He might be a guy that you need to move on from at the end of the year. Again, I like Lou, but how this defense plays over the next 4 weeks is going to be really critical in determining which players can be coming back going forward and which coaches on that side of the ball are coming back as well. We'll see. Absolutely no reason for this Titans team to run up and down the field on you because they really haven't been able to do it at all this year. And this is a Bengals team that's super reliant on turnovers. We'll get into that here in a little bit. But I'm going to have to create some in this game because guys there's so many guys out there that you just watch and it's just like, man, they don't look the same at all. Kind of had vibes with Logan Wilson about that. I love Logan Wilson. Was ecstatic when they signed him. Past 2 years haven't been his best, but without Logan Wilson, how bad have they looked at linebacker? So we'll see what John Maeda, Akeem Davis-Gaither, Shaq Hayward perhaps can do at that linebacker spot. But that has not been a pretty area of your defense by any stretch of the imagination. But then again, really what area has? Nothing besides Trey Hendrickson. Sam Hubbard, another guy that just does not look like himself. And probably most importantly, I know everybody's frustrated with Geno Stone and it seems like a whiff in free agency, right? But Mike Hilton, man. Mike Hilton's been a guy that this defense has led on, not only from a leadership perspective, but from a guy that can go out there and make plays, get tackles for loss when they send him off the edge with some pressure, run with some receivers, right? Like, he can't run with the receivers anymore. He can't. We'll see if they can perhaps move him to safety, something that we've seen in the past. You remember Leon Hall several years ago was a really great Cincinnati Bengal, and late in his career they moved him to safety and were able to get a couple extra years out of him. But as far as that nickel spot anymore, Hilton can't run like he used to, unfortunately. Maybe he's banged up as well. I haven't seen him on the injury report, but Hilton, Hubbard, those guys just don't look like themselves, and we'll see if they can perhaps get hot here at the end of the year. But you might be in a situation now where you're looking to move on from those guys in the offseason, which really is a shame because they really were mainstays on your defense for several years now. Good question here from William in the comment section. Does Joe Burrow have a chance at the MVP? I'm going to say yes at this point. Not a big chance, probably close to what the Bengals' playoff chances are. I think it is imperative that the Bengals win out in order for him to still have a chance, and I think they need to be alive in the last week of the season as far as a playoff push goes. And I also think you need to see guys like Saquon Barkley and Josh Allen sag back a bit. If Buffalo loses today to Detroit, Allen doesn't play well, okay. But if Allen kind of keeps this up, what he's doing, he's probably going to run away with it, even though I personally would vote for Saquon at this point. But I am curious to wonder what Joe Burrow's odds are for the MVP. I mean, clearly, it's just unfortunate that if you're not on a great team, that can affect the guys that win MVP or whatnot. It's like clearly Jamar is the offensive player of the year. Will they give it to him? Probably not. But who's better offensively? Like, he's literally the definition of that. And it's a shame because if you just had a couple of more wins, you were in a spot where these guys would probably win those awards. But again, Burrow feels like a shoo-in for the comeback player of the year again, especially with Kirk Cousins kind of had a good start to the year, but now you're in a spot where you're Atlanta. You lose today, you think about going to Michael Penix. I think that's a real possibility. So I think Burrow has kind of run away with that award, but I think he should be in consideration for the MVP. Probably won't give it to him. Needs some help from Josh Allen in order to make that happen. But definitely a great question. Bengals had a couple of more wins. I think he would certainly be almost a shoo-in for that award. William House just saw a report that Cochran is starting at LT. All right, I'll take your word for it, William. Again, out of those three guys, that was my guess. But look, Frank Pollock, Zach Taylor, Dan Pitcher, they don't like rotating guys along the offensive line, which I don't think you should. I think you're looking for five guys that you can rely on for a full 60 minutes of football. But we'll see if Cochran kind of gets out to a shaky start. Do you insert Stuber or perhaps Coker into the lineup if Cochran's not playing well? We'll see. Certainly going to have to monitor that position all afternoon, and we'll see what happens there. And we'll see how it affects the run game as well, if they're able to run to that left side, or if they're going to have to be really reliant on Amarius Mims and Alex Kappa, who, look, Volson gets all the crap for his play, but Kappa might be your worst guy out there, to be honest with you. But Amarius Mims is going to have to be outstanding today. I'm confident that he can be because he has for a while as a rookie. I do think we got to show some love to the organization for the Amarius Mims pick. Again, we rip them for a lot of things, especially their inability to draft defensive players recently. Looks like there's definitely some more whiffs out there that we haven't even really discussed here during our pregame, but Amarius Mims is not. That guy's a hit. That guy's a first-rounder. He's playing at an elite level, and he's going to have to be big because if you're weak there on the right side, you might be punting the football a lot today for Cincinnati just based on just all the question marks that you have on the left side of the offensive line. So we'll see. Certainly going to monitor that throughout the afternoon. Brian says he doesn't trust the new left tackle. Yeah, I mean, no reason to, right? Haven't seen him. Coker, if he plays, undrafted guy. I believe Cochran's an undrafted guy as well. Not positive, but again, it's been with the team for a couple of years. But you don't have at that position, you don't have a lot of draft resources allocated to that spot. Just unfortunate when you're unhealthy at left tackle, that really can cause some issues for you. And Orlando Brown Jr., great player, but hasn't been healthy this year. And unfortunately, it's kind of what you're up against. Then your backup and Cody Ford goes down, and then you're just kind of searching for answers at that point. As more people file in, I want to remind you guys to hit that thumbs up icon for us. Got 37 likes right now, over 100 people in the chat watching with us right now. I think we could challenge getting up to that 100 like mark here by the time we kick off here in about 15 minutes. Help us out at that thumbs up icon if you haven't done so already. Really just does a lot of stuff for us. It allows us to make more Bengals content. Eventually, the goal is to go live on our channel on a day throughout the week, throughout the entirety of the year. That's what a lot of our channels do here at Chat Sports. We are just live on game days at this point, and if we get all our metrics up, obviously subscribers, but if we're getting enough likes on these live streams as well, that could potentially help set us up in the future for when we're trying to do more live shows. So would really appreciate if you guys hit that thumbs up icon for us. Get back to the Super Chat menu here as we got more people filing in. $5 Super Chat. Get you into our Bengals winter hat raffle. We've done a bunch of these raffles here at Bengals Breakdown. A lot of fun. And it's a way to give back to you guys for helping us out here at the channel with those Super Chats. Stick around. William House right now has 8 entries. Leads us into our second Super Chat menu item here, the Naughty or Nice list. Basically, you send in a $10 Super Chat. We will run you through our Naughty or Nice list generator. If you are on the Nice list, double your entries. So William sent in a 20. He was on the Nice list. He's got 8 entries. If you're on the Naughty list, you still get the 2 entries for the $10 Super Chat. Just don't have the opportunity to double it. $20 gets you into our Jungle Club 2.0. Hopefully, going to be giving away a full-size Bengals helmet at the end of the year. So that is our Super Chat menu. Of course, we will referenced that several times throughout our live stream. And just remember to keep hitting that like button for us if you haven't done so already. All right, 2 more keys to victory here as we approach kickoff. Key to victory number 3, slow down the run. That's something that Cincinnati's got to do a better job here this week against the Tennessee Titans, because I tell you what, man, last week, Rico Dowdle absolutely ran free all over the place. You weren't able to bring him down at the line of scrimmage, and at the second and third level, you were missing tackles as well. This is what he did on Monday night, going for 131 yards on the ground, only 18 carries to get the job done. It's the Tennessee team that's really going to try to establish the run in this game. I think they have to, with kind of what they're dealing with at the quarterback position, just the lack of trust that they're going to have with Will Levis. They're going to have to find out ways to run the football. Kind of a two-headed monster here at running back for Tennessee. Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears in this game. Pollard, of course, coming over from Dallas. Rico Dowdle taking his spot for Dallas here in 2024. And they're going to hit you with both of these guys. Again, they're going to be probably a run-first team in this football game. Traded away DeAndre Hopkins, of course. Still have Calvin Ridley, Tyler Boyd, and Westbrook Akine there at that wide receiver spot. But look for Tennessee to really try to focus on running the football in this game, and we'll see if Cincinnati can stop it there at the interior. Talked about how Sheldon Rankins, once again, going to be inactive for this game for the Bengals. Haven't seen him in several weeks. Leading up to that Charger game on Sunday night, he was kind of popped up on the injury report late that week with an illness, and we have not seen him since. And, of course, that has a bye week in it as well. So, look, don't really know what is going on with Sheldon Rankins. We really haven't been given a ton of detail. I think it's safe to say that that was kind of a whiff in free agency. You're paying him a lot of money, and you haven't seen him out there on the football field. Hopefully everything is all right, because it's got to be a serious illness if he has missed this many games. But even when he was out there, he wasn't playing at the level you need him to, and certainly has been a downgrade from DJ Reader, who, by the way, is getting paid less money in Detroit than Sheldon Rankins. I think part of the reason Cincinnati moved off DJ Reader in the offseason was because of his injury history, and that looks like a very clear mistake at this point, as he's really been a formidable piece for Detroit's defense. Aaron Glenn over there, and of course they only have one loss on the year, and DJ Reader is a big part of that. But back to the Tennessee rush offense, here's kind of what they've done throughout the season, and look, they don't blow you away in any of these categories, right? Rush yards per game are over that 100-yard mark there, 18th in the league, and 26.2 rushes per game, which is 21st. Why? Because they find themselves behind in a lot of games, and they have to sit back there and drop back with Will Levis, and only have 0.5 rush touchdowns per game, though, which is 28th in the National Football League. And really, if you bring up any Cincinnati Bengals defense, you're going to be at the bottom, but this is really, I guess, the best aspect of their defense, kind of looking at some of these rankings, 26, 23, 19. When you get into any, passing metrics, they're in the 30s, and, of course, there's only 32 football teams. But, look, this is a bad Cincinnati Bengals defense. We all know that. We all understand that. And I think we're going to find out really just how bad they are against Tennessee, because if you remember earlier in the season, when they were playing some weaker opponents, or weaker offenses, I should say, Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland Browns, obviously that was before Jameis took over. Jameis took over at the end of that game, as Watson, of course, got hurt against the Bengals, but then kind of the Daniel Jones dumpster fire experiment type thing in New York. So your defense played fine in those games, and let's see if they can do that again against another, below average offense with Will Levis kind of back there letting it rip for the Tennessee Titans. So stopping the run going to be really big for Cincinnati in this game. I think if you make Will Levis beat you, it's going to be a productive day at the office for this Bengals team. Last key to victory here, win the turnover battle. You could say that. Look, that could be a key to victory every single week if you're an NFL team. Oh, yeah, win the turnover battle. But I think it's even more imperative for this Bengals defense to get that done, because they are just so reliant on creating turnovers. Look, if they didn't have I'm going to call it what it is, a lucky interception there. Jordan Battle running into CeeDee Lamb, ball hits Cam Taylor-Britt in the chest, pops up in the air. Geno Stone's able to secure it for the pick. That was Dallas' second offensive possession in that game. Keep in mind they scored a touchdown on their first offensive possession, and they were going right down the field on that drive, getting ready to score again. You catch a break there, catch the pick, and look, you don't win the football game if that doesn't happen. Dallas probably scores a couple of plays later, and you're once again searching for answers on that side of the ball. So, going to be critical for Cincinnati to create some turnovers in this game. I just don't think their defense is good enough to win without creating turnovers. I think we talked about it, multiple times throughout the season. When the opposing team runs out their field goal unit and kicks a field goal, we as Bengals fans essentially celebrate. You shouldn't be celebrating when you're giving up 3 points, but that's kind of where the Bengals are. It's like, oh, they didn't give up a touchdown. That's pretty good, right? Need to find ways to force some punts in this game, just make some strides defensively, but you're going to have to win the turnover battle. Luckily for the Bengals, Joe Burrow hasn't been throwing it to the other team, so I think that certainly is a positive. I think Burrow definitely has some strip sacks that he would like to clean up. Hopefully that doesn't happen in this game, because we talked about guys like Jeffery Simmons, Tavondre Sweat. They got some playmakers on the interior for this Titans defense. So we'll see, but winning the turnover battle going to be absolutely critical in this game for Cincinnati. We'll see who can step up and force some of those turnovers. If they're going to be punching any footballs out there at the line of scrimmage, or a linebacker perhaps. I could see Jermaine Pratt making a play, forcing a fumble here in this game. Wouldn't surprise me. And the DBs are going to have to step up, because Will Levis is going to put the football in harm's way. Guaranteed. DBs are going to have chances to pick them off. Let's see if they can come down with the catch, get the ball back in the offense's hands, and try to make something happen. But those are my keys to victory here for the Bengals. About 5 minutes here until kickoff. Again, if you're just joining us, no Cody Ford in this game for the Bengals. And William was in the chat. William House was in the chat, and he said that he saw that Devin Cochran is going to get the start at left tackle. Other options there are Andrew Coker and Andrew Stuber as well, are going to be options there at that left tackle spot. Again, when Cordell Volson got benched going into that game, I was like, all right, maybe, they'll kind of tag team things there at that left guard spot with Cody Ford and Cordell Volson, but they stuck with Ford the entirety of the game. So we'll see if they do the same with Cochran out there at that left tackle spot, or if he's going to be in a situation where he perhaps gets subbed out after a drive or two, or if they kind of throw all three of these guys in the fire and just see who's playing the best and kind of roll from there in the second half and the latter parts of the game or not. But certainly going to be a major storyline with Joe Burrow has that banged up knee, and the Bengals are really thin along really the entirety of the offensive line, but that left side in particular, with no Cody Ford and no Orlando Brown Jr. again in this game. All right, Brian says Volson needs to be replaced. He's a 4th-round pick several years ago. I think we all had high expectations for him, because if you remember, he played well in his first preseason and ended up getting the job as a rookie. So, you thought he was going to be kind of a mainstay for you along the offensive line, which, it's been better since think about the offensive line when the Bengals went to the Super Bowl. How bad that offensive line was. Yeah, Mr. Undrafted Quentin Spain, who was a character and was hilarious, and I kind of liked watching, to be honest with you, but whiffed on the block in the Super Bowl, and it gets you in the biggest moment. Aaron Donald's able to get home and you win, but really, that whole line was just bad. Jonah Williams was your best offensive lineman there at that point, and I think they're significantly better than they were then, but definitely not where you want to be. I do think Joe Burrow doesn't get enough criticism for holding on to the football. He's been a guy that's kind of been known to do it because he loves extending and loves making plays. But regardless, going to have to be better along the front. 12:57. Couple of minutes here until kickoff. Let's get your score predictions into the comment section for us. Got about 200 people, 56 likes, trying to get the 100 before the kickoff. William House says 35-17 Bengals. Wilby Mine says 49-14 Bengals. Also says 6 passing touchdowns for Burrow. I would love for him to just kind of go off completely, and then you really have to kind of start talking about him for the MVP award. But we'll see. Michael Easterwood says hopefully Joe can have a turnover-free game. Would be ideal, obviously. Definitely some talking heads in the media like to get after him for turning the ball over, but I don't really think he has many bad turnovers. Definitely the pick last week was a bad turnover. But, yeah, totally agree. Hopefully he doesn't have any more of those here this afternoon for the Bengals. Brian says, imagine if Joe had a decent O-line. I think he has a decent offensive line. But, yeah. Brandon Rock says, grandma passed away last night and was a huge Bengals fan. Need a hooday and a win for her. I'm sorry for your loss, Brandon. That is absolutely brutal. But, yeah, thinking about you and your family for sure. But hopefully Cincinnati can go out there and win for her. And that would be pretty awesome to be able to do that here on this day. But appreciate you hanging out with us, Brandon, as always. I got confidence Cincinnati will be able to get it done out there on the football field. All right, it is 1 o'clock, so we should only be a matter of moments away before we get this puppy underway. So get those who days in the comment section for us as we get ready for kick here. And we'll see if Cincinnati gets the ball first or if they will start this game on defense. Again, Super Chat menu giving away a beanie at the end of our stream here this afternoon. $5 Super Chat gets you into that. $10 Super Chat will run your name through a naughty or nice generator. If you're on the nice list, we'll double your entries. William sent in a 20 earlier, and he's got 8 entries. So see if we can make something happen there. Appreciate Mom for the $5 Super Chat. We will get you into our raffle as well. Getting off to a fast start is certainly going to be critical here in this game for the Bengals. Again, we're playing a professional football team, so it's going to be difficult for you regardless, right? Any team can beat any team on any given day. I fully understand that. By the way, if somebody wants to volunteer as a moderator, we will do that here. I know people have volunteered in the past to help deal with these bots. So if anybody wants to do that, let me know in the comment section, and I will make you a moderator. I was talking to the bosses about that, and they said that could be a possibility. So a trustworthy person in the chat to help block these bots, let me know if you want to. Pretty much a no-brainer here. All right, I'm going to make Tim a moderator. Let's see if I can do this. Joe Burrow's got the helmet on. So that, to me, is an indication that the Bengals will be getting the ball first offensively. All right, Tim. You are a moderator. Appreciate you stepping up. All right, here we go. Bengals and Titans, Week 15. Got 300 people in here hanging out with us right now. Appreciate you guys for that. Get those who days in the comments section. And we're ready to go. Joe Burrow on the offense will get the ball first. See if the Bengals can go down and score some points here on this drive. Evan McPherson, by the way, out again for this game against Tennessee. Cade York will be the kicker once again. Had a great debut as a Bengal in Dallas. We'll see if that continues here today, because in the past, Bengals have had to kick a lot of field goals against this Titans team, but we will see. Bengals in the all-white. Kind of have flashbacks here of the playoff game a couple of years ago. All right, in the pistol, Burrow takes the snap, fakes the pitch, and there is a flag right on cue. Burrow spikes the ball. I would imagine there's going to be some movement here along the Bengals offensive line, and there is. And they're going to get Cam Grandy, the tight end, with a false start on play number 1. So not ideal for Cincinnati as they are going backwards here. 1st and 15 for Zach Taylor and this Bengals offense. Burrow once again in the gun at the Tennessee 15-yard line. Directing some traffic. Play action. Quick pass to Mike Gesicki. And he gets the penalty yardage back on 1st down. So now it'll be 2nd and 10 for the Bengals. Gesicki's a guy that I think, talking to Joe Burrow, talking about, guys that they can count on going forward. I think Mike Gesicki is totally a guy that you can count on. We'll see what kind of contract he, is needing at the end of the year. Gesicki, of course, only on a 1-year deal, but I would like to see him back in Cincinnati in 2025. 2nd and 11. Burrow in the empty set here. It is Devin Cochran gets the start at left tackle for the Bengals. Burrow takes the snap with time, firing over the middle. Dangerous pass. And Tennessee thinks they picked it off. I thought it hit the ground. Right now it will be ruled an interception, and Tennessee will take over at the Bengals 25-yard line. It looked like the ball got tipped at the line of scrimmage, and they're celebrating in the end zone. Live, I thought this hit the ground, but Tennessee pretty confident that it did not. Protection there was decent. Yeah, I mean, that hit the ground, did it not? Oh, no, it did not. Oh, my goodness. What an interception there by Tennessee. Just picks it off the surface of the turf. And just like that, Will Levis and company have it in plus territory. Looked like Cochran got beat there. Burrow took a shot as he was getting rid of that football. Don't think it got deflected at the line of scrimmage. But regardless, goes to the opposition. And that is a turnover for the Bengals on their opening possession. Nightmare start for Cincinnati. Incredible interception there. Yeah, Michael Easterwood said, let's see if we can get a Burrow turnover-free game. Well, that's not going to happen. Ball at the Cincinnati 29-yard line. Tony Pollard in the game here at running back, and this is our first look at Will Levis. Second-year quarterback out of Kentucky. And I've been pretty hard on Will Levis. I just do not see him as a starting quarterback in this league. Let's see if he proves me wrong here in this game. Going to have an opportunity to score points here on their opening possession. And they will run it here with Pollard on 1st down, and he's going to get about 5 yards. B.J. Hill, Cam Taylor, Britt in on the stop for the Bengals. Appreciate you being the mod here, Tim. Thanks for helping us out. 2nd and 6. Play action here. Levis fires over the middle. Open receiver. Taylor hit Britt. A big hit there, but it will be enough for the 1st down for Tennessee. The tight end Okonkwo just bounces off this hit from Cam Taylor-Britt. CTB has not had a good year by any means, but he will show up and he will hit you hard. And that's another massive hit, but Okonkwo just kind of absorbed it and was able to fall forward. First down, Tennessee into the PrizePicks red zone. Under center they go once again. They will pitch it to Pollard. Hesitates, makes a move, picks up about 6. Tackled on the play by Jordan Battle. Second down coming up. Bengals defense getting tested early after the Burrow interception. Got about 400 people in here. Make sure you hit that thumbs up icon for us. 86 likes. Let's get to 100 here over the next couple of plays. All right, does this Bengals defense have a stop in them? 2nd and 4 at the Cincinnati 13-yard line. Levis hands it off once again to Pollard. And that's another Tennessee Titans first down. Similar start to last week's game as far as the run defense goes, right? They're handing it off to Pollard, and he's getting 5 yards at the worst. Obviously, that is not a successful recipe if you're this Bengals defense. Again, they're going to be really reliant on the run game, considering they've got Will Levis playing quarterback. Young quarterback, trying to make life on him as easy as possible. And this is a game where Tennessee is going to want to keep the ball out of Joe Burrow's hands. And they're already eating a good portion of clock here early within the PrizePicks red zone. Levis hands it off once again to Pollard, and he gets about halfway home, down to the 3. 2nd and goal for Tennessee. I mean, if I'm the Titans here, I run it again. Picking up at least 3+ yards every time you hand it off. I formation look here for the Titans. And they indeed will run it to Pollard, and he will run right into the end zone. Touchdown, Tennessee. Nightmare start for the Bengals. Cincinnati gets the ball first. Joe Burrow throws an interception after a false start on the first play of the game. And then Tennessee just runs it right down Cincinnati's throat with Tony Pollard right into the end zone. 7-0 deficit just like that. And once again, Cincinnati will be playing from behind. Unreal. Here's the extra point from Folk. It is up. It is good. Got to give Luke Gifford a lot of credit there, the linebacker that picked off that pass. Like I said, live action. I thought that was very clearly an incomplete pass, but he was able to get his hands under it and make the play. Get the scoreboard updated here. Tennessee takes the lead over Cincinnati 7-0. And just exactly what you were trying to avoid, right? It's supposed to be a game where you could rely on your run, take the easy completions, make sure Joe Burrow wasn't getting hit, not having to run around outside the pocket and extend. Not the start you were hoping for. Spin the wheel here real quick. Anytime the Titans score a touchdown, we will spin the wheel. So we'll give it a rip here. All right, $50 super chat. And I will wear a brown bag over my face during a video next week. Obviously, when you guys watch bad football teams, you see some fans that'll throw on a brown bag over their head. Somebody sends in the $50 super chat here before the next score in this game. I will brown bag it for a video at some point during the week. $50 super chat. Again, we will spin the wheel every time the Titans score a touchdown in this game. Nathan says, Lou fired? Question mark. Might be. We'll see. Again, I like Lou. Doesn't have the personnel he needs in order to win. But that's not really fully on the defense there, obviously. Short field. Can't give this defense a short field, right? Just can't. They're not good enough. Jermaine Burton takes a knee in the end zone. We saw Khalil Herbert get a lot of those reps last week, but they rolled Burton out as a kick returner. And just like that, the pressure is on Cincinnati here, drive number 2. I do think it's very critical to point out that Cochran there really got cooked, and Burrow got hit when he released that football, and Burrow was not moving around. There's a couple of seconds there that he stayed in the pocket, and he did not move. So we'll see how that knee is doing here on this drive. Burrow in the gun. They will run it here with Chase Brown, who gets probably 3 yards there on the play. Gifford once again in on the stop, fresh off his interception. Second and 7. Got to throw it here. They'll fake the reverse to Jamar Chase. Burrow's moving around. He looks great. He looks just fine. But he's running out of time, and he's going to have to throw it away. 3rd and 7 coming up. Arden Key talking in his ear there. All right, so first time we've seen Joe Burrow have to move around here, and Cochran, again, just gets cooked on the left side. Look, man, left tackle, apart from quarterback, I think is probably the most important position on your offense. And Cochran just gets cooked. Doesn't even get a hand on Arden Key. And that's going to be something that Joe Burrow's got to deal with all afternoon long. Here we go. 3rd and 7 here at Cincinnati's own 33-yard line. Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap. Here comes some pressure from Tennessee. Burrow has time here. Fires over the middle. He's got his tight end, Mike Gesicki, down to midfield. First down, Cincinnati. Type those ones for us into the comment section. Nice job by the offensive line there on that play, as Burrow had ample time to survey the field, go through all of his reads, eventually work his way back to his tight end, Gesicki, who was wide open at the logo at midfield. Burrow delivers a nice ball right on the money. First down, Cincinnati. Needed that, man. Needed that. That was critical. Just for some breathing room here as they get out to midfield. Empty set here for Burrow. Joe, quick pass. And Jamar nearly drops it, and he does drop it. Like Jamar was just looking downfield before securing that football. Ball must have bounced and came right back to him. Critical mistake there by Jamar. Kansas City has taken the lead over Cleveland 7-0 in the dog pound. Kind of thought Kansas City would be on upset alert in this game. We'll see what Jameis Winston has in store offensively for Cleveland. Khalil Herbert checks into the game for the first time this afternoon at running back, and he goes in motion. Burrow takes the snap. Quick pass, Jamar Chase. He's got it, and he's got some space. Jamar inside the 30, makes a move at the 20, down inside the red zone. First down, Cincinnati. Ooh, that boy's just different in the open field, man. He finds a totally different gear, makes a couple of guys miss, and just like that, Cincinnati is within striking distance here in the first quarter. DeMar, of course, in search of the Triple Crown, trying to lead the league in catches, receiving yards, and touchdowns. 1st and 10, handoff to Chase Brown to the right side. I think it's safe to say that they're going to be running towards that direction of the offensive line more times than not here in this game, just with all the uncertainty there on the left side. Big game for Amarius Mims. See what he can do. Having a phenomenal rookie season here for Cincinnati. 1st-round pick out of Georgia. 2nd and 7 here for Zach Taylor in this Bengals offense. Cincinnati looking to respond here on their 2nd possession after Joe Burrow threw an interception on their 1st drive. In the PrizePicks red zone. Burrow, quick pass to T. Higgins. Caught, shoved out of bounds at the 12-yard line. It's going to be 3rd and 1. Type in those threes for us in the comments section. Higgins, of course, a Tennessee kid coming back home for this game. Feels like 2-down territory here for Cincinnati. 3rd and 1 in the PrizePicks red zone, looking to get a yard and keep this drive alive. They are in the gun once again. Burrow takes the snap, hands it off to Chase Brown. He's got the 1st down and more inside the Titans' 10-yard line, tackled at the 6. 1st down, Chase Brown. Type those ones for us into the comment section. Big fan of Chase Brown and what he's been able to do for this Bengals team here in 2024. Year 2, of course, 5th-round pick out of Illinois. And I think he's going to be a mainstay on this offense for years to come. Burrow really likes him. He's got the speed. He's got the pop. He's also added some size, and he's really done a nice job in pass pro this year as well for Cincinnati. 1st and goal. Who will Joe look to here? 5 seconds on the shot clock. Burrow catches the snap. With time once again, stepping up in the pocket, makes the defender miss, still buying time. Another juke by Burrow, fires to the end zone, caught, Chase Brown, touchdown, Cincinnati. Oh boy, Joe Burrow looks just fine as he was able to extend some more, made 2 guys miss, and found his running back in the middle of the end zone for the touchdown. Elite response by Cincinnati, and we are all knotted up here at 7. So long as this extra point from Cade York is good. Nice job by the offensive line there. Really, it's only been Cochran that has been a weak point so far in this game. Everybody else, including Cordell Volson, playing really well along this Bengals front. Here's York for the extra point. The snap from Rico, the kick from York, splits the uprights, and we are all tied up at 7 apiece. There is a flag, though, so we might have to try this one again. If you are a Chase Brown fantasy owner like I am, most likely week 1 of the playoffs for you, I'm excited about that. We'll check this penalty here. It's going to be offsides, it looks like, on Tennessee. We'll see if Zach Taylor will accept this and go for 2, a little half a distance to the goal action from the 1, or if he'll decline it. And Zach's going to decline it. That's the right decision there. And we're all tied at 7. Exactly the response that Cincinnati needed after the disaster first drive. Good stuff there. Great drive by Zach Taylor as well. Love the play calling there. Don't think he gets enough credit for that. While we have a moment here, I want to give a shout out to our friends over at PrizePicks, because today's live stream watch party is presented by PrizePicks. Appreciate them being back again this week, being the sponsor of our watch party. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, PrizePicks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 200 times your cash. Run your game all season long on PrizePicks. You can now win up to 200 times your money on PrizePicks with as little as 4 correct picks. PrizePicks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. PrizePicks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks keeps your lineup live. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. There are over 10 million users. Join them. Sign up today. They also invented the flex plays, what we threw together here at Chat Sports. Jack Lauderay threw this one together over at PrizePicks, going with the more than on Jaden Daniels passing yards, as well as the more than on Tyreek Hill receiving yards. Really hope you took the freebie in the Chiefs-Browns contest. All Mahomes needed was over a half a passing yard, and of course, that is already something that has been successful. Hope you had that in your PrizePicks slate. So download the app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Again, download the app. Use code CLNS. Get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. It's PrizePicks. Run your game. All right, we'll get this scoreboard updated here. Cincinnati responds. Beautiful drive there after the interception. All tied at 7. And 6.5 minutes to go here in the quarter. And we do have a super chat that we need to get to as well. Yeah, safe to say the knee is just fine. Yeah, Joe Burrow really didn't look any different than he has looked this season there, so no concern there with the knee. All right, here's Will Levis, and he'll get it at his own 30 this time. So it's going to be critical for Cincinnati to make Tennessee drive a good chunk of the field. If they give him short fields, it could be an issue for Cincinnati. They'll run it here on first down with Pollard. He gets 3. That first drive was all Tony Pollard. And they're going to be feeding him early and often in this game, no doubt about that. Levis takes the snap, but they're going to blow it dead here. Looked like some movement along the Tennessee front. And it will be a false start on the Titans. That'll back them up 5 yards. Going to be 2nd and 13 here for Levis and company. $20 super chat from Matt. Matt has been one of our biggest helpers here at Bengals Breakdown. We certainly appreciate him and his service, of course, to our country as well. He says, "Hooday," and keep it up. I appreciate the kind words, Matt. Levis takes the snap here, fires over the middle, pass is caught by Calvin Ridley. Tackle made on the play by Jermaine Pratt and Jordan Battle. Viciously tackle Ridley into the ground there. That's some Bama on Bama crime from Battle and Ridley. We will run you through the naughty or nice generator as well, Matt. So that is 4 entries for now. And we'll see if you perhaps get 8 entries. Or if it will be 4. 3rd and 9. Type in those 3s for us in the comment section. 3 seconds to go on the shot clock. Bengals simulating pressure. They're going to bring it. They're not going to get home. Levis fires. Wide open man. Pass is caught. That's our old friend Tyler Boyd. And he's streaking through the Bengals secondary down inside the 30-yard line. First down TB. How many times have we seen that this year from Anarumo? Sends basically all-out pressure. Doesn't get home. And anytime you do that in the NFL and that quarterback has time to throw it to one of his playmakers, it's almost always going to be a completion. DJ Ivy just incredibly late there on his break to the line of scrimmage. Had no chance of getting home, and Josh Newton gets beat. Bengals legend Tyler Boyd has it, and he's running free in their secondary down inside the Cincinnati 30. Levis, play action, rolling out to his left, fires for the end zone, incomplete. And they're going to flag CTB, late flag from the official. I don't believe it was in the end zone, so it's not going to be placed at the 1-yard line. Zach Taylor can't believe it, and quite frankly, I can't believe it either. That was a late flag as well from the official, and he was standing right there. Oh, my goodness. But it is the spot of the foul, and I think he was close to the goal line here. As we take another look at this, CTB. Oh, come on, man. We serious? Just barely grazes the arm of Okonkwo, the tight end. And it will be placed at the 2-yard line. Unfortunate break there by Cincinnati. I assume they'll run it here with Spears, and they will run it right into the end zone. Touchdown, Tennessee. Of course, take another look at this. There's a chance his knee is down, just barely short of that goal line. We will see, but two massive plays on that drive, obviously. Anarumo sending the all-out pressure on 3rd and 9. Levis finds TB. Ooh, that's close. That is close. For now, it is a touchdown. It would be 2nd and goal from inside the 1 if this gets reversed. Big old Jeffery Simmons checked into the game on that play offensively. That's close. Man, that's tough. Not sure if there's enough there to overturn it. He appears to be millimeters short, and he is. All right, so 2nd and goal here. Let's see if this Bengals can pull off a miracle here. Literally just an inch short. Simmons back in the game at fullback. Spears is the running back still. They will hand it to Spears. He goes upstairs, reaches across the pylon. Touchdown, Tennessee, as he was getting hoisted up into the air by Chris Jenkins Jr. And one play later, same result. Touchdown run from Tyjae Spears. And shoot, I didn't think we'd been a shootout with these boys, but looks like it. I don't know if I've ever seen a running back get held up that high going over the goal line. That typically ends badly for guys when they try to go upstairs to break the pylon, but worked out there for Tennessee. Here's the extra point from Folk, right down the middle, 14-7, Titans. 2 offensive drives, 2 touchdowns. Michael says this defense makes me sick to my stomach. I'm with you. I am with you. All right, we will run Matt's name here through the naughty or nice list. And Matt, we know you're not really on the naughty list, but unfortunately, according to our generator, ho, 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 nice try, Matt. Thought you could slip one past the big guy, huh? Naughty. So it is 4 entries for you, but not 8, unfortunately. We appreciate your $20 super chat. As always, Matt, again, we know you're not really on the naughty list. You're doing good stuff out there Absolutely no way. But according to our generator, you are on the naughty list. Appreciate Tim Tyra as our moderator right now, helping us out with these bots. And yeah, appreciate that. Doing solo producing here on today's show, so that makes my job considerably easier when you are dealing with those bots. Appreciate it, but they're relentless, man. They are absolutely relentless. So no sweat at all if you can't get them all. But just what we're dealing with here. Jill says no lack of excitement this Bengals season. Correct. You know, we were asking for our score predictions during our pregame show. It seemed like there was a lot of confidence in a lot of people that this would be a lopsided game in the Bengals' favor. Has not been the case here at all. 2 drives, 2 touchdowns. Certainly, a short field after the Burrow interception there on the first drive for Tennessee, but got to give Will Levis some credit there. 3rd and 9. Anarumo brought the boys. He stayed back there calm and was able to find TB, and big run after the catch there by Boyd. And Bengals are behind once again. See if the offense can go out there and be miraculous like they have all season long. Get the scoreboard updated here. 14-7 Tennessee. 4 minutes to go here in the first quarter still. Wow, this quarter's been going by very slow. All right, if you guys give me a follow over on Twitter, tag me in a post of you sharing today's stream. That is 3 free entries into our giveaway here. First and 10 for Burrow and the offense. Play action here to Khalil Herbert, and there is another penalty. I would imagine this is going to be another false start, and it looked like it was along the left side of the offensive line. Zach Taylor can't believe it. He's fired up again. But he should be happy because it's a neutral zone infraction on Tennessee. And yeah, Arden Key just lined up in the neutral zone. Looks like he got a bit of a head start as well. And that is a mental mistake by Tennessee. 1st and 5 here for the Bengals as they catch a break. Burrow takes the snap, handoff to Khalil Herbert, his first carry of the game. Keeps the legs going. He's going to be tackled a yard short of the line to gain. 2nd and 1 coming up. See if they take a shot here on 2nd and short. Burrow hands it off to Chase Brown on 2nd and 1. They run it to the left side, and I don't know if he got the yardage in order to get the first down. He did not. Luke Gifford once again on the stop. He's having a phenomenal game so far for Tennessee at that middle linebacker position. And they opted to run at Cochran, and he didn't do anything productive for you there. Again, can't be too hard on him because it's a guy that doesn't have any NFL experience, but it's been a rough first quarter for him. Burrow in the gun here on 3rd and short. They'll give it to Chase Brown. He'll run right up the middle this time, and it is enough for a first down, but a flag does come in late. Drew Sample thinks it is against Tennessee. T. Higgins trying to do a little eavesdropping here, find out from the officials what is going on. He doesn't like the call. I guess this one is coming back and will be against the Bengals. Illegal formation on T. Higgins. So now it'll be 3rd and 6. Some bad penalties so far in this game. Had the false start early on Grandy. And then Higgins just apparently doesn't get lined up in the correct spot. Zach Taylor has been animated all quarter long. And that, to me, looked like T. Higgins did what he was exactly coached to do, and it was an illegal formation penalty. So Zach Taylor was ticked off about it. But regardless, 3rd and 5 here for Burrow. Pressure from Tennessee. Quick pass to Gesicki. He's got him again. Oh, and he does a somersault over a defender at midfield. 1st down, Bengals. That was exciting. Gesicki went airborne and then went head over heels. And that's his 2nd big catch of the game that ends up near midfield. Did a nice job of getting the head around, too. Doesn't land on the head or neck. That's pretty exciting. Lands on the rear end. Nice job there by 88 and White. 1st down, Bengals. Once again into Tennessee territory. Actually, that was Gesicki's 3rd catch of the afternoon. And this is going to be a false start on Cochran. Left tackle, man. 2nd most important position on offense behind the quarterback. Just barely gets a head start. And they know, the officials know that this is his 1st game. And they're going to have a close eye on him, making his life difficult. And this Bengals team has been penalized a lot of late after not really getting penalized at all early in the season. Here's Burrow. Quick pass to the boundary to Jamar. Gets near midfield. Picks up about the penalty yardage there. So going to be a 2nd and 10 here for the Bengals. And they will have to run one more play before the end of the 1st quarter. And if you follow me on Twitter, share today's video, stream, and tag me in it, 3 free raffle entries. Going to be giving away a Bengals beanie at the end of the stream. Here comes Chase in motion. 2nd and 11 handoff to Chase Brown. Makes the spin move and makes another guy miss. Nice job by Chase Brown. Picks up 12 and a 1st down. What an elite move. And he was moving at a pretty high speed there when he hit him with that spin. Really just passed the line of scrimmage. Made Gifford, who's having a phenomenal game, look silly on the missed tackle. Elite run by Chase Brown, and that will take us to the end of the 1st quarter. Bengals have the ball once again on the move, but the Titans have the lead thanks in large part to the Joe Burrow interception on the 1st drive of the game. Good opportunity here as they cut to break. Bring up our Super Chat menu again. Again, giving away a Bengals beanie here at the end of our stream. What's up, Jason? Appreciate you hanging out. Something new this week, $10 Super Chat. We will run you through our naughty or nice generator. And if you are on the nice list, that doubles your entry. So, for example, Matt and William sent in $20 Super Chats. And Matt was on the naughty list, so he only got 4 entries. But William was on the nice list. He got 8 entries. So kind of a new feature we're doing here. Getting in the Christmas spirit. We will do that if you send a $10 Super Chat or more. Obviously, and $20 Super Chat for our Jungle Club. Hopefully going to be giving away a full-size Bengals helmet at the end of the season. Again, big shout-out to Tim Tyra, who is a moderator here on our stream today, helping us out with the bots. Obviously, I'm doing some solo producing here on our show. Boss said it was all right if we had a moderator. Got a lot of trust in Tim. Tim's certainly a big fan of us. And appreciate his support all season long. Watches all of our videos here at Bengals Breakdown, and it certainly means a lot. And Tim, for being our moderator, we're going to give away or give you some raffle entries for the beanie. So, show our appreciation, we will give away a few free entries for you. for being our moderator here on today's live stream watch party. Also, we are approaching 14,000 subscribers here on the channel. That is our next milestone that we are going for. And we should be able to hit it here, maybe even before halftime. So get the live sub count up there. YouTube.com/Bengals TV. Pretty much daily Bengals videos for you guys. All season and off season long. And we will be live for every one of the Bengals' 3 remaining games. And, of course, if they can somehow get in the postseason, we'll be live for that. Burrow takes the snap on 1st and 10, nearly gets sacked by his own offensive lineman, and Cochran still finds a way to get out of it and fires towards the end zone, throws it up for Chase Brown, and the late penalty flag comes out. They're going to get Murray Jr. for PI. I mean, his elusiveness in the pocket, Joe Burrow, of course, that is honestly, I mean, the best I've seen from a guy not named Lamar Jackson. I mean, he is just so slippery. You cannot get him on the ground. Look, his own left tackle here, Cochran, tries to sack him as he gets blown up. 76 nearly takes down his own quarterback. I mean, you just got to feel bad for 76 out there. He's doing his best, right? 3rd string guy, practice squad guy, and he's just out there. The bullets are flying. He's doing his best. Not really working out for him so far. Joe Burrow has to laugh that one off. He knows that was pretty elite. But hopefully Cochran can settle down here and make some plays. But Burrow under center here, and they're going to get Cam Grandy again for a false start. That'll be his 2nd of the game. 85 there on the left side. Tell you what, man, Cordell Volson is playing really well. Not really a clear-cut PI on Chase Brown, but if you're going to call what they called on CTB earlier in the game, you have to call it. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Burrow takes the snap, quick pass out to Cam Grandy, who has those 2 false start penalties. Pickup of about 3 on the play. 2nd and goal coming up. Tim, I'm sure you know this, but if you just put the bots in timeout for 24 hours, that will delete all those chunks so you don't have to do it one by one. Here's 2nd and goal. Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap, stepping up in the pocket, and he's going to get dumped. And the ball comes out. Joe Burrow's 2nd turnover of the game, and big old 93 is coming barreling down the sideline. He's still on his feet. Somebody got to tackle him. And Amarius Mims shoves him out of bounds, and it's the Bengals' 2nd turnover, this time in the red zone, and this one is costly. The rookie Tavondre Sweat, who is having a phenomenal rookie season out of Texas, and that's Joe Burrow's 2nd turnover. We'll check and see if the knee's down. It doesn't look like Burrow thinks he was down, so this is kind of what you got to deal with here with Burrow. And, yeah, he landed on 58, the linebacker, and then Sweat just took it right out of his hands. You know, if 58 wasn't there, shouldn't be laughing because that's a tragic event there for the Bengals, but 93 is massive, and he was just barreling down the sideline. Regardless, disaster for Cincinnati. Moving the ball well again. And it's Joe Burrow's 2nd turnover of the game. So I know the Burrow haters are going to be out if Cincinnati loses because that's his 2nd one here in the first half. And can't have that. Defense has to step up or this thing could get ugly, which is just hard to believe considering they're going up against Will Levis and the Titans. Again, unfortunate he was landing on the linebackers. He was getting sacked there, but This is something that we've seen with Burrow. One, he loves to extend, keep the play alive for as long as he can. It's part of the reason he's been so good this year. But also, he's got those small hands, which are well documented, obviously. And when he gets hit, that ball oftentimes is coming out, and it comes out again this time. Refined, actually, they're not, because we got Tim Tyra on duty for us, doing a great job. Tim, if you ever get sick of doing it, we can pass off those duties to somebody else. Just let me know in the comments section if that time comes. But Tim's doing a great job helping us with the bots, so no reason to complain about the bots here for this live stream. DeBarian says if we lose today, we're out. Correct. That's a true statement. Robert says I think Burrow is down on the fumble. He would have been if he wasn't landing on the linebacker. But unfortunately, he was landing on another player, so he was not down, and then Sweat just took it right out of his hands. Mustafa says this is the easiest game, and we are losing. Yeah, 3-10 team in the Titans. I was hoping you wouldn't make it so hard on yourself here in this game, but not going to be the case. Do have a super chat we want to get to. Keep hitting that sub button. See if we can get to 13K, or 14K rather, by the end of the half. Tennessee will run it here with Spears. Only picks up 3 or 4, which is really the Bengals' best job that they have done. Oh. You might have a point, whoever said Burrow was down. That's tough there. Taking another look at that fumble by Burrow. His knees clearly weren't down, but that left wrist may have been down upon the ball coming out. But again, I think it's one of those plays that you just got to roll with the call in the field, and it was called a fumble, unfortunately. Second down run goes for about 5, so it'll be 3rd and 1 near midfield for Tennessee. Type in those ones for us here in the comment section. If this Bengals team can create a negative play, a little tackle for a loss here, that would be critical, because Callahan would then punt it away. Tony Pollard appears to be a little shaken up on the sideline. That certainly is something to monitor if he is not going to be able to go the rest of this game. I formation look here for Tennessee. Looks like clearly a run. They'll sneak it with Levis, and he's got enough for the first down. "12 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Levis, quick pass to Tyler Boyd. Nice tackle by Mike Hilton. There you go. Hilton had a really rough game. Well, he's had a lot of rough games this season, but was able to make the tackle for a loss on that play. Really nice job by the Bengals nickel. Here is our $2 super chat from the Sky Warrior 2. This defense makes me sad. How's it going, Stone? Appreciate you, Sky Warrior, hanging out with us as you always do. Loyal viewer of what we're doing here at Bengals Breakdown. And I'm totally with you on the defense. Definitely sad. Here's Levis. Fires over the middle. Pass is caught. Nice job by Calvin Ridley. 2nd and 11 is going to go for 15 here for Tennessee. Pass was behind him. Did a nice job of adjusting and reeling it in. Calvin Ridley's still an elite receiver in this league. Not Levis's best ball, but it is good enough. Marco Wilson in coverage for Cincinnati. Here's the pitch on 1st and 10 to Spears, and a tackle for a loss for Cincinnati. Jermaine Pratt. There we go. There's a big play for the Bengals defense. Let's see if they can build off it here. Levis still hasn't thrown an incompletion yet, by the way. Michael Easterwood asking about his raffle stuff. Got all the info to my boss. He is ordering it. I will let you know when it is on or when they are supposed to arrive. But I did everything on my end. He's just got to order it. I would assume he has ordered it by now, but you will get it in due time. Appreciate you, of course, Michael, as always. Here's Levis, 2nd and 16. Hasn't thrown an incompletion yet. Stepping up in the pocket. There's his first incompletion. He wanted Tyjae Spears. Pass falls to the ground, incomplete. 3rd and 13 coming up. This is where you feel like you have a decent chance at stopping them, right? If it's 3rd and beyond 10, this defense has a chance. Nice pursuit there on the quarterback. Levis held on to it way too long, something that he has a tendency to do as well. Five seconds to go on the shot clock. They will play action, and they try to run it with Levis, and the ball comes out. Trey Hendrickson drilled him. They are blowing the play dead as Mumajong Maeda is running it back to the end zone just to be sure, but he stops at the 2-yard line. But regardless, an elite play by Trey Hendrickson. First time we've called his name all afternoon long. Loss of 2, 3rd and long. Callahan goes with a little read option here with the quarterback, and it does not work. And they're going to have it at the 40. Oh, that ball may have been coming free here. Oh, that's close. Why would they blow that dead? That ball's out. Yeah. Zach Taylor's going to challenge this. And that's ridiculous because the Bengals would have scored. Lou Anarumo's fired up. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. You got to let this play run out before you blow it dead. What are we doing? All right, so we'll see there. That 100% should be a scoop and score. We'll see what they do here. Jong Meta did run it back for a touchdown, but it was blown dead, so nobody was after him trying to tackle him. So that's brutal. But it looks like Will Levis is going to follow up Joe Burrow's fumble with a fumble of his own here. Again, should be a tie game, but they blow it dead. I think that's kind of what Zach Taylor was saying to the officials there. Like, you guys kind of hosed us out of points there. It should have been points for Cincinnati. But looks like they're just going to take over at the spot of the fumble. But nice job by the defense. Talked about winning the turnover battle, how critical that was going to be in this game for Cincinnati. They were losing it 2-0, but it looks like it's going to be 2-1 now after that play. Tay says, Will Johnson, you are a Bengal. I don't know if I can take another Michigan guy, to be quite honest with you, but need a corner. Need a corner. Williams says John Meta's a stud. I agree, man. Undrafted rookie out of Wisconsin, and he's done some really good things for you this season, particularly on special teams, but getting some more reps defensively with Logan Wilson out. And that certainly is a good thing. No doubt about that. Check in on what's going on around the league. Baltimore's up on New York, 14-0. Jacksonville up on the Jets, 10-7. And the Chiefs up on the Browns 7-0. Commanders up on the Saints 7-0 as well. Call reversed. So Cincinnati gets it here. Disappointing. Should be a tied football game. Bookmark that one, file it away. 1st and 10 run here with Chase Brown. They run to the right side. Nice job by Amarius Mims. That kid's a baller. Pick up a 7. Positive gain there on 1st down for the Bengals. Second and 3. 9.5 minutes to go here in the quarter. Still plenty of time. This game feels like it is just dragging along here at this point. Here comes Yoshi in motion. Burrow takes the snap. Play action to Chase Brown. Stepping up in the pocket. Gets rid of it. He's got Jamar over the middle. 1st down and more. Down inside the Tennessee 40-yard line. Type in those ones for us in the comment section. Jamar Chase picking up right where he left off. His second big catch of the afternoon. Just sits down right in that Tennessee Titans zone. Burrow steps up in the pocket. Finds him. Big pickup on 2nd down for the Bengals. And Burrow takes a shot there at the end of it. Burrow 9-12 for 103 yards. Touchdown and a pick. They'll pitch it to Chase Brown here on 1st down. Makes a man miss. Keeps fighting. Keeps the legs churning. And gets 5. And Burrow launching for Chase in the end zone. Oh, he nearly was able to haul in. Not the best ball there from Burrow on 2nd and 6. Jamar's grabbing his collarbone. Hopefully that's nothing serious. Looks like the official is about to say something, but there's the flag. Jamar kind of wincing and grabbing his right shoulder. So this is just Joe Burrow being absurd per usual. Catches Tennessee with too many guys on the field, and he goes quickly, gets him in the substitution. And I mean, this is elite quarterback play by Burrow. It's a free play, so he just says, screw it, I'm going deep to Jamar. And it nearly works out. Jamar comes off the field for this play. 2nd and 1. Chase Brown's the running back. They'll give it to him. And Chase Brown makes a couple of guys miss and picks up 3 yards. Man, I love watching this kid run. Chase Brown is just blossoming into a great running back in this league. Got another super chat that we will get to here. Burrow in the gun, approaching the PrizePicks red zone. Takes the snap. Tennessee brings 4. Burrow fires over the middle. Pass caught in traffic by T. Higgins. Going to be close to a 1st down. He may have only got 9. They are going to mark him a yard short. Great job by Higgins holding on to this football as he got drilled over the middle. Burrow got rid of it quickly. Playing with great timing and rhythm here. Takes a shot from one of those DBs for Tennessee and holds on that ball. That's an elite catch there by T. Higgins. T. Higgins been all over the news recently. Fired his agent. Hired another one. Same guy that represents Jamar Chase. The stars certainly aligning for him to return in 2025, but kind of had the mindset of I'll believe it when we see it type of thing because you just never can trust this organization. And look, they got to pay Jamar. They got to make him the highest paid receiver on the planet. And they clearly have to address the defense as well. So for me, the math isn't mathing, but we'll see. $3 super chat from Michael Easterwood says, let's not give up yet. Absolutely. No reason to here at this point. critical, forcing that fumble there on Levis. Nick Folk's been a good kicker in this league for a long time. I think it would have been probably a 56-yard field goal attempt. So great job by the defense forcing that. Hendrickson. Forcing that fumble. Tay says, Stone, what do you think about Ben Morrison? Morrison, of course, a cornerback at Notre Dame. To be honest with you, I probably haven't seen him play enough. Certainly going to be eager to see what he does during the playoff, that Indiana game. Wouldn't surprise me if Notre Dame went on a bit of a run here. I know that typically they get in these playoffs and they get blown out. And they very well could get blown out again, but I think that Indiana-Notre Dame game, battle for Indiana, is going to be a great game. Hopefully we get some cold weather there. And I'll keep an eye on them in that game as well, but not exactly sure. Wolf King says his dad watches our videos. Appreciate that. Wolf King. Means a lot. We'll see if we'll have any positive videos this week or if we're talking about guys that need to get fired. I don't like doing those videos, so we'll see if that switches. Just my thoughts. Cannot get on board with that comment at all. Says he doesn't see any upside of winning. He wants to tank. Well, several rebuttals to that. One, it's a professional football team. You got lives on the line, not only for these players, but for these coaches as well. So tanking is never something that you should consider. But if there was one guy to tank for, it would be Travis Hunter. Nobody else is tank worthy. And you're not going to be able to pick Travis Hunter. So, silly comment. Bengals in the pistol here, inside the PrizePicks red zone. And he'll pitch it forward to Jamar Chase, who's got some space, gets the sideline, and gets inside the 10. Burrow pitched it forward, so it will count as a pass and thus a catch for Jamar. So this is just a subtle way of the Bengals trying to make sure they get Jamar Chase catches. Look, he's going to have the most yards at the end of the year and the most touchdowns. It's the catches that are going to be possibly a concern as far as the Triple Crown goes, and that's an easy way to get Jamar a catch. Basically a reverse, but it goes down as a reception. That was intentional, make no mistake about it. Here's Burrow. They'll hand it off to Chase Brown, and he gets blown up. Nice job of Brown holding on to that football. Big old Jeffery Simmons. That's one of the best interior defensive linemen in the National Football League, really making his presence felt on that play. Some serious penetration there from Tennessee. And just, yeah, I mean, you might want to block him. That probably would help if you put a body on him. Bengals opt not to. And it's going to be a loss of 3. 6 minutes to go here in a half. Update this clock here in a minute. 2nd and goal from the 13-yard line after the TFL from Simmons. Jamar is in the backfield here for this play. Tennessee brings 4. Burrow will dump it to Jamar, who makes a move, lowers his shoulder, fighting, gets close to the end zone, down at the 2-yard line. And it's going to be 3rd and goal for Cincinnati at the 2. Definitely was not the first read on that play. I think he wanted Gesicki on the post. And 2 guys went to Gesicki, which is a shock. Figured 2 would probably go to Jamar, but Burrow dumps it off to Chase. Makes a couple of guys miss, keeps the legs going, gets down to the 3-yard line. 5.5 minutes to go here in the quarter. Tim says Bengals will overhaul their defense in the offseason. Yes, I hope so. As far as guys that, like Trey Hendrickson, obviously want him back. B.J. Hill, I'm cool with him back another year. Hilton might have to go. Hubbard might have to go as much as I love him. Bengals legend, always will be. Was outstanding in their 2 playoff runs, but might be time. Safeties, get him out of here. Get him gone. Corners, I think you keep CTB just because, he's got another year on his rookie deal, but don't know if he's a guy that you can rely on to be out there for every snap. 3rd and goal from the 2. I formation, play action, fading, end zone. They throw it to Sam Hubbard, who catches it for the touchdown. How about that? Sam Hubbard has seen his role decrease on defense, but he's still a guy that they love, and we've seen him get in here for some goal line situations. And this time they throw him the football, and he spikes it, and Burrow's going to go get that and keep it. He juggles it, but is able to hold on. I think that is a catch for sure. That was close, though, as he did bobble that twice. And that's a pretty cool moment for Hubbard and Burrow, obviously. They go back to their Ohio State days. They're excited. And I did not have that on my bingo card here this afternoon. I think that's just kind of a thank you to Sam Hubbard for all he's done to this organization. Again, not getting the same defensive snaps that he has been. Has seen that number go down. Oh, Cade York barely squeezes it through the uprights. We are tied at 14. But that's a feel-good moment for the Bengals. And that's a dimer from Burrow, but, he looked like a tight end catching that football. Keep in mind, this is the defensive lineman who looked like a real athlete on that play. That was great stuff. All right. Get that scoreboard updated here in a moment. But first, got to make sure we give a shout-out to our friends over at PrizePicks, because they're the sponsor of our show here this afternoon. Appreciate them, as always, helping us out, sponsoring us here at Bengals Breakdown. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million users and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, PrizePicks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 200 times your cash. Run your game all season long on PrizePicks. Now win up to 200 times your money on PrizePicks with as little as 4 correct picks. PrizePicks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. PrizePicks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks keeps your lineup live. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. They also invented the flex play. It's kind of what we threw together here at our Chat Sports offices, giving away a freebie this week. Patrick Mahomes, all he had to do was record a single passing yard. Hope you guys got that in all of your PrizePicks slates. Going with the more than on Jaden Daniels pass yards and the more than on Tyreek Hill receiving yards. So download the app today. Use code CLNS. Get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Again, don't download the app. Use code CLNS. Get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. It's PrizePicks. Run your game. All right, we will update this scoreboard here. Bengals tie the game at 14. Sam Hubbard may have been shaken up on that play, by the way. Keep an eye on that. 14 all. 5 minutes to go here in the ball game, or in the first half, excuse me. And C.J. Stroud and the Texans have taken a 10-3 lead. Certainly noteworthy. Bengals fans are pulling for the Texans in this game. Sam Hubbard has his helmet off, but again, hasn't gotten a ton of reps here defensively. Under center, the Titans go. Play action. Throwing to the tight end is Levis, shoved out of bounds by Geno Stone and Jermaine Pratt. Pickup of about 5. Tennessee in the pistol. Levis hands it off to Pollard, I believe, who's back in the game. And he is. $5 super chat from Desert Ranger Jesus. Appreciate you, Jesus. Get you in our beanie raffle. Means a lot. Here's Levis under center here. 5 seconds to go on the shot clock. Both teams have all timeouts, by the way. Nice job by Cincinnati. Mike Hilton comes flying in off the edge there for a tackle for loss. That's vintage Mike Hilton there. That's his second tackle for loss on the afternoon. Guy that's really struggled for Cincinnati. He timed that one up beautifully and was there to meet Tony Pollard in the backfield. Loss of at least 3 here on this play. Elite stuff from 21 and White. TFL for Hilton. Approaching the 3-minute mark here in the first half. Levis takes the snap. Fires to Okonkwo, the tight end. Josh Newton gets stiff-armed and allows Okonkwo to get a couple of extra yards and make this 3rd and short here for Tennessee. Probably 3rd and about 4. Type in those threes for us in the comments section. Bengals can get a stop here. You might see Zach Taylor call a timeout. Again, both teams have all 3 timeouts remaining. Tennessee will get the football first to start the second half. So an extra possession for Burrow in the offense here to end the first half could very well be critical in this game. 3rd and 2. Basically right at midfield. What will Callahan dial up here? And it's going to be a false start on the left tackle for Tennessee. Matched up against Trey Hendrickson and was just a little too antsy there on that one. It's going to be the rookie J.C. Latham, who, I'll be honest, I thought he was going to be a better tackle than Amarius Mims, and it has not been the case here. Again, Latham's been a good player for Tennessee, no question. But I think the Bengals got a better one in Amarius Mims. $20 super chat from Matt. Another one. Appreciate it, Matt. Another touchdown, another super chat. I like that. I can get on board with that. Appreciate you, Matt. We will put you through the naughty or nice list here in a moment. 3rd and 7. Here come the Bengals on some pressure. Not able to get home. Levis. It's picked off. Picked off by Cam Taylor. Brady's going back the other way down the sideline and shoved out by Westbrook Akine. But a lead interception by Cam Taylor Britt and a great return as well. A late penalty flag does come in. Trey Hendrickson and Will Levis were getting at it there. Looks like this is going to be a flag after the whistle, perhaps an unsportsmanlike call on one of these guys. Lou Anarumo's fired up. He thinks it should go against Tennessee. Here's Zach Taylor. He's running out on the football field, yelling at the officials. Tell you what, I don't know if I've seen Zach Taylor this animated in his career. Actually, he is yelling at Trey Hendrickson. Actually, that may have been more of a supportive yell at Trey Hendrickson. We'll see. But I don't know if I've seen Zach Taylor this animated ever. All right, so they're going to get Trey Hendrickson for unnecessary roughness here after the interception. So this is just a horrible pass by Will Levis, by the way. Typical. Went for Tyler Boyd, who was locked up. And Hendrickson just shoves Levis out of bounds, but Levis just kind of flops there on that one. So I think Zach Taylor was giving the officials a hard time for the call, and then he was kind of laughing about it with Trey Hendrickson. That's kind of my interpretation of it, because that was not unnecessary roughness whatsoever. But regardless, Cincinnati's going to be backed up 15 yards. But a great opportunity here for the Bengals to take the lead. We are at the 2-minute warning, by the way. Bengals have all 3 timeouts in Titans territory. Ball will be placed at the 38-yard line after the penalty. Great job by CTB, who we've all been very hard on. But one thing you got to give him credit for is his ball skills are pretty good. Obviously, we saw the interception week 2 against Kansas City was miraculous. Dropped the one last week. Luckily, his buddy Geno Stone was there to catch it off the ricochet. But that was a really good one. Did a nice job of high pointing that football. Again, just a horrible decision by Will Levis. But, hey, now the turnover battle is even at 2. And you look at the scoreboard, and the Bengals are now tied and look to be poised to go take the lead here. So turnovers were going to be critical in this game. We all knew that coming in. That was a key to victory of mine there in pregame. Got to win the turnover battle. Rough start. We're down 2-0 in that department. But then get the fumble from Levis. Now the interception from CTB. And we're cooking at this point. So, kind of a sloppy game. 4 turnovers here in the first half, and we still have 2 minutes to go. All right, let's run through Matt again. Matt, unfortunate. Santa's been watching you, and right now you have a very large coal mine coming your way. Matt, I apologize. I mean, Matt's the nicest guy there is, and this generator has put him on the naughty list twice. Doesn't get 4 more entries, but appreciate the super chat, of course, as always, Matt. Hopefully the tide switches your way here if you send another one. Quick pass here to Chase Brown on first down. That looked like a face mask. Bengals coaching staff wants it. They're not going to get it. So it'll be a pickup of about 5. I mean, this is just terrible from Will Levis, man. Absolutely horrible. What in the world is he doing? It's not even close. All right, 2nd and 5. Minute and a half to go here and a half. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. They're going to run it here with Chase Brown, and that does not work as he only picks up a yard. 3rd and 4 coming up. A minute 18 to go. 3rd and 4. Critical play here for Zach Taylor and Cincinnati. Could this be 2-down territory? And Sam Hubbard has been ruled out with a knee injury. Brutal. That must be serious because he got ruled out pretty quickly there. At least he scored a touchdown, though. 3rd and 4, and there's going to be a penalty flag here. Probably another false start. T. Higgins looks ticked off. It might be on him. Instead, it'll be on Yoshi. False start on Yoshi, so now it is a 3rd and long situation. Would be a 55-yard field goal if the Bengals don't get any additional yardage here. Minute 18 to go. Burrow in the gun. Got his tight end Sample out next to him in protection. Burrow firing deep. He wants the end zone shot. He's got Higgins. Oh, touchdown, Cincinnati. Higgins takes a massive shot as he hauls that one in for the score and holds on to the football. Unbelievable catch by number 5, T. Higgins. And the Bengals have taken their first lead of the afternoon here with a minute 12 to go in the first half. Beautiful throw by Joe Burrow as he ended the play on his back. And this is just a gutsy catch by T. Higgins as he gets popped by the safety. My goodness, what a catch by T. That is elite. Wow. That is one of the toughest catches you will see. That's his 2nd catch today where he has just gotten lit up and has held on to the football. That is big time. And in a game in which lots of talk has been made about T. Higgins and his status with this team going forward, that is a catch people will remember for a long time. I mean, this safety just comes in and boom, lowers his shoulder and puts it pretty much right on the football as well. And T's able to bring it in. And Joe's fired up. How about that? Touchdown Cincinnati. Here's the extra point from York. Kick is up. Kick is good. Right down the middle. 21-14 Cincinnati. Tennessee does have 2 timeouts, though, so we'll see just how aggressive Zach Taylor is. Brian Callahan. Plenty of super chats to get to here. Alrighty here. Luis says, is T hurt? I'm not sure. From what I've seen, no. Oh, come on. Got to reset our super chat link here. Give me a moment. Ah, nice. Got to redo that, too. Two timeouts for Will Levis to work with here. There's Levis. Fires over the middle. And it's intercepted again. This time Mike Hilton off the deflection. And Cincinnati's going to have an opportunity to get even more points before halftime. Mike Hilton, right place at the right time after the deflection. And this is turning into a nightmare outing for Will Levis. High throw. He wanted Westbrook Akine. Great coverage by the rookie Josh Newton and the awareness of Mike Hilton, who's having his best game of the season. 2 tackles for a loss, and now you can add an interception into the mix as well. Back-to-back interceptions from Will Levis. Disaster for number 8. All the reason in the world to be aggressive here if you're Zach Taylor. Minute 7 to go, all 3 timeouts. Here comes Jamar in motion. They're going to fake it to Jamar and loft it deep. It's a bad throw by Burrow. Higgins kind of stuttered and went. Maybe that was some miscommunication there if Burrow thought Higgins was just going to go the whole time. But he stops, and the ball goes out of bounds, incomplete. And just like that, you're winning the turnover battle. How about that? Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap. Looking left, firing over the middle. He's got Tanner Hudson for his first catch of the night, or the afternoon. He's going to get tackled short of the line to gain, though. We'll see if Taylor takes a timeout here, and he will. It's going to be 3rd and a long 1. All right. Burn through some of these super chats here while we have a second. Michael Easterwood, a $2 super chat. That is now good enough for an entry for Michael Easterwood. Appreciate you, Michael. And my guy, Marvin Williford, $20 super chat. So that is 4 entries for you, Marvin. We will run you through our naughty or nice simulator here in a moment. Probably do that at halftime here. And Burrow's going to hand it off here on 3rd and 1 to Chase Brown, and he's got enough for the first down. This kid is something special. Golly. It does, I know I've been trying to be glass half full guy, but it does make you sad when you sit there and go, they are just so good on offense. And they're 5-8. What are we doing? Brutal. Again, Tim Tyre, appreciate you being our mod here today. Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap. Titans bring some pressure, not able to get home. Yoshi makes his first catch of the afternoon. Gets tackled in bounds. And they're going to get him for offensive PI here. 40 seconds to go. Actually, they're going to get Chase Brown for an illegal block in the back. So that's unfortunate. First and 15. Bengals down to their final timeout. 41 seconds to go here in the half. Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap. Tennessee brings pressure again. Not able to get home. Burrow dumps it off, and it hits Gesicki in the hands. And Gesicki is very lucky that was not intercepted by Brownlee Jr. Hits him right in the chest. He was thinking about getting downfield here and just simply drops it. And that could have been a disaster situation for the Bengals. But luckily, it falls to the ground for an incompletion. 2nd and 15. 35 seconds to go. Ball at the Tennessee 32-yard line. Burrow takes the snap. Quick pass to Jamar. He's got him on the slant. Tackled down right at the 20. And Zach Taylor will burn his final timeout as we have a 3rd and medium coming up here. Real quickly here. Marvin. Well, Marvin, I don't know how you pulled it off, but you actually made the nice list. That is 4 more entries for you, Marvin. I'll get that in here. So you have 8 entries for our raffle. Appreciate you. Burrow in the gun. 5 seconds. Got to hurry. 3rd and 4. Burrow takes the snap, looking over the middle. He's got T. Higgins along the sideline. First down, Bengals out of bounds with 24 seconds to go. Tell you what, after the shaky start from Cochran there at left tackle, he has really settled down nicely and has given Burrow ample time from the left side. Offensive line really playing well here, particularly in the second quarter. Nice job by Higgins, catching the ball and getting out of bounds. Critical. First and goal at the 8. Burrow dumps it off to Chase Brown. He's going to get tackled at the 2-yard line. Bengals got to go. No timeouts. Will they snap it here, or spike it here rather than they will? Good call by Burrow. Nice job. They spike it with 10 seconds to go. So it will be 3rd and goal. I think a lot of young quarterbacks in that situation may have tried to run a play there, but now they have 2 plays at their disposal if they want to go for it on 4th down. Great job by Burrow, spiking the ball, getting everybody lined up at the line of scrimmage, and getting that ball spiked. Now it will be 3rd and goal from, I believe, the 2. Actually, it'll be the 3-yard line. Burrow in the gun once again. Let's see if Cincinnati can extend their lead to 2 possessions. And Brian Callahan is going to burn his second timeout of the half with 10 seconds to go. $10 super chat from Michael Easterwood. He says, "Houday." He says, "Go Bengals." Michael, that is 2 entries for you, and we will run your name through the generator as well. Here we go. 3rd and goal from the 3. Burrow in the gun. Takes a snap. Titans bring pressure. Burrow's got to get rid of it. Floats towards the back of the end zone. Just kind of threw that one away as he took a shot. Closest receiver in the area was T. Higgins. Let's see if Zach Taylor takes the points or goes for it. I personally would kick the field goal here. If you're at the 1-yard line, maybe different story. Burrow wanted unnecessary roughness, or perhaps a face mask because he got hit in the head again. Typically, you don't see him complain about those calls, but maybe that was a message this week that, hey, as a coaching staff, we're going to stick up to the officials in this game, and that may have rubbed off on their quarterback as well. But instead, it'll be Cade York for a 21-yard field goal. Probably won't be the last play of the half. Here's the kick, and he drills it. Nice job by York. There's still 2 seconds left, so Cincinnati will have to kick it away. Get that scoreboard updated here. Cincinnati takes the lead 24-14 over the Titans. Alrighty, here's Michael Easterwood. You better start making some room for the huge lump of coal you're about to get, or either start cleaning up your act, Michael. Michael's on the naughty list. He does not get an additional 2 entries into our beanie giveaway. Michael, regardless, appreciate the super chat. This will be the final play of the half, unless it's a touchback, and it will be returned by Tennessee. And Spears is going to be tackled at the 15-yard line, and a successful first half for this Bengals football team after a terrible start. Really critical to get that final turnover on Levis because, again, you're not getting the ball to start the second half. All right, here is our Super Chat menu. Giving away a beanie raffle at the end of our show. $10. Run your name through the naughty or nice list. And if you're on the nice list, you get double your entries into our beanie giveaway here. So let's get a couple more of these Super Chats here before we discuss the first half here. Another $20 Super Chat. That's his third one of the afternoon by Matt. All right, so there's 4 more entries for you. And Matt has been on the naughty list both times we have ran him through the generator. Let's see if he goes 0 for 3 or if he can get on the nice list here. Now, Matt, this one is more realistic. Santa has something extra special for you this year. You're at the top of the nice list. How about that? So Matt, after his 0 for 2 start, is going to get 4 additional entries here into our beanie raffle. $20 Super Chat from Matt. Appreciate you. Jake said, who's your favorite player? Definitely Joe Burrow. All right. Who else we got here? Bengals lead it at half, 24-14. Angel, $2 Super Chat. Let's go defense. Never lose hope. Houday all day. Appreciate the $2 Super Chat from you, Angel. And last one here that we have to get to, Uriah Foster, $5 Super Chat. Says, Houday, let's win this. Appreciate you stopping by, Uriah. Not sure if I've seen that name this season, so I appreciate it. We will get you into our raffle. Going to be giving away a Bengals beanie at the end of our stream. So if you have Super Chatted, make sure you stick around for that raffle. All right, so let's check on scores from around the league, and then we'll talk some Bengals here. And while we're doing that, make sure you guys get your grades in for the Bengals. A, B, C, D, or F. In this game. All right. Let's see here. Let's check in on some scores from around the league. Baltimore up 21-7 on the New York Giants. Baltimore really needs a win. They're 2 games behind Pittsburgh for the AFC North front-running spot. The Jaguars are up 13-10 on the Jets. What a disaster in New York, my goodness. Cowboys are up on the Panthers 10-7 at half. Commanders are up 14-zip on the Saints. Bengals, of course, up 24-14, and the Chiefs are up 14-0 over Cleveland. Was hoping Browns would kind of show some fight there in that game, give Kansas City a run. That has not been the case thus far, but only down 2 scores, so we'll see if they can make a run here. So that's kind of what's going on around the league. Most importantly, for Cincinnati, the Texans are beating the Dolphins 13-6, and that game already is into the second half. And Dolphins, so this is, I think we talked about this on the pregame, but obviously I have a lot more people in here now. Joey, my score prediction was 31-21, so technically I still have hope, but it looks like Bengals are going to be scoring more than 31 points, but we'll see. I said 31-21, Cincinnati. Let's see here. Yes, so the Bengals need to obviously win out. Winning right now, 10-point lead over the Titans at halftime. Have matchups with the Cleveland Browns, the Denver Broncos, and the Pittsburgh Steelers left on the schedule. Got to win out. And then from there, they also need the Denver Broncos to lose 3 of their 4 games. Now, the Broncos play the Colts at 4:25 this afternoon. But besides that game, the Broncos are going to be underdogs in every single game they play. They're going to play the Chiefs, they're going to play the Chargers, and they're going to play the Bengals. Now, hopefully, Kansas City is still competing at the end of the year so they don't rest their starters. That would be unfortunate, obviously. So Denver needs to lose 3. And then Indianapolis and Miami need to lose 2. Again, Miami is losing to the Texans right now. And I do think, because the Bengals need the Colts and the Broncos to lose and the 2 play each other today. But I think Bengals fans should be rooting for the Colts certainly in that game, even though they have a very easy schedule coming home. I think it probably just makes more sense to root for Indianapolis. Obviously, whoever you root for isn't going to affect the outcome of the game, but Bengals need a lot to go their way, and certainly think there is a chance that could happen. But we'll see. We'll see how long they can stay alive here. Obviously, it all ends if they lose here today, but hopefully they can hang on and get a victory. So, see the grades in the comments section here. See a lot of B's, a lot of B pluses. Talked about one of our keys to victory being winning the turnover battle. And you started out down 0-2 in that department, and you were losing the game pretty badly, right? But then you have turned things around. Will Levis has thrown the ball to you twice, and he's fumbled it once, and now you look at halftime, and you're up 3-2 in the turnover battle, and you got a lead. I think that very much correlates. On top of that, Burrow had the mistake. Burrow's turned it over twice. The interception, as he was getting hit early in the game, early in the half, Cochran looked like he hadn't played. Is really, the best way to put it. And, of course, he hadn't played, so really no reason to knock him. But I think he did a nice job there settling down late, particularly in the second quarter. He looked a lot better. They were definitely giving them some help with the tight ends as well. And when they were running the football, typically it was going to the right side, so definitely tried to, not expose him, right? That left tackle spot, if you're just joining us, Cody Ford was kind of a late scratch, popped up on the injury report yesterday with an illness, tried to give it a go in pregame warmups, and it wasn't happening. So Cochran got the start. He was out there for the first half playing that left tackle spot. He did a nice job of settling down. And then Joe Burrow, as Joe Burrow typically does, had the turnover, but he was able to shake it off and really, get back to being Joe Burrow out there. He's made some great throws. He's done a nice job of extending. Jamar Chase, has showed up in spots. He isn't going berserk like he typically is, but he has 6 catches, 79 yards. So, I mean, hard to say that that's not a great first half, because that's a great first half for him. T. Higgins, 4 receptions, 65 yards, and a touchdown. 2 of Higgins' catches, he's gotten absolutely blasted right after he hauls it in, and he's been able to hang on the football. So big credit to T. Higgins. And then Chase Brown is playing phenomenal again. 11 carries, 40 yards on the ground, but has a couple of catches for a touchdown as well. 3 catches, 16 yards, and a touchdown as well. So Chase Brown has been such a good football player for you this season. Now, at the beginning of the game, when Cincinnati was turning it over and Tennessee was working with short fields, what have you, Tennessee was running the football great with Tony Pollard specifically. But as Cincinnati was able to get a lead and then ultimately extend their lead, Tennessee's had to go away from the run game, and that's why they only have 32 yards on the ground. So talking about limiting their abilities in the run game was going to be critical going into this game. And they were able to settle down after a horrendous start. And, again, in large part to those interceptions and the fumble from Levis as well. So those 3 turnovers are really the difference in this game, because I think they would have had an opportunity there before the fumble. Yeah, it would have been a very long field goal attempt, but probably would have been points for Tennessee there. But instead, they have a 10-point lead at the half. Super chat from Mom says, shout out Aunt Stephanie and Jim for listening on their way home from Youngstown. I appreciate that, Aunt Stephanie and Jim. Mom, we will get you into our beanie raffle, $5 super chat. Your second entry. Shout out Aunt Stephanie. Always appreciate your support. No doubt about that. All right, so we are just about ready for the second half here in Nashville. The Bengals will kick it away to the Titans. Tyreek Hill has no catches for no yards for Miami. That's brutal. All right. See what this Bengals defense can do here. And also see where we're at as far as our sub tracker goes. And we are over 14K. So appreciate everybody that hit that sub button. That was a milestone we were trying to get to today. 14,000 subscribers. That certainly is a big deal here at Bengals Breakdown, and we appreciate it. And Tennessee will start out in the I formation. They will hand it off to Tony Pollard. I think that's going to be critical if Tennessee wants to get back into this football game. They're going to have to get things going on the ground because Will Levis just frankly is too incompetent at that quarterback position. Have to establish something in the run game. In the gun here, 2nd and 7. Calvin Ridley comes in motion. They'll fake it to Pollard, and Levis will find his tight end. Okonkwo on the run was rolling out to his right. That may have been Levis's best pass of the afternoon. Rolling to his right and kind of had to throw it across his body a little bit over the middle here to Okonkwo. And he was getting pressure in his face, too. That's a really nice throw there by Levis. Again, probably his best throw of the afternoon. So Titans showing life here out of the first half. But there is a flag here, and it's going to go against Tennessee. This one's coming back. They're going to get Skoronski, the left guard here. Working on Trey Hendrickson. Maybe a chop block or something. Levis can't believe it. Yeah, legal block on Skoronski. So the Bengals catch a break there. Will Levis, who desperately needed a break, doesn't get one. And it will be a chop block against Hendrickson. Now it's 2nd and 21 for Tennessee. Levis in the gun. Bengals bring 4, and they're going to bring Pratt late. Dump off is to Spears. Makes a guy miss. That is Jenkins. But he is met at his own 21-yard line by Jordan Battle, who brings him down. So it's going to be 3rd and long here. Type in those threes for us in the comments section. See if this Bengals defense can force a 3-and-out here on their first possession of the half. 13 minutes to go here in the third quarter. 3rd and a mile here for Tennessee. 3rd and 18. See what Anarumo dials up here. No reason to send too much pressure here, and he's not. Only going to bring 4. Levis with time, running out of time, and he's going to get dropped. B.J. Hill with the sack. And there's another tackle for loss for this Cincinnati Bengals defense. That's several now on the afternoon, something they haven't done well all season long. Levis holds on to the ball way too long there. And it's enough time for B.J. Hill to get home and get the quarterback on the surface. 4th down. And really, B.J. Hill is going to get credited for the sack there. But Trey Hendrickson just absolutely abused the left tackle, pushed him right back into the grill of Will Levis. Levis had to step up, and that allowed B.J. Hill to slide in there and record the sack. Massive punt here by Tennessee, fielded by Isaiah Williams, and he gets back to his own 30. Makes a couple of guys miss. Dropped at the 32. And that is where Joe Burrow and the offense will set up shop. All right, ideal start to the second half for the Bengals. Get this clock updated here. The defense has shown some life in spots here this afternoon, but also you got to take into account that you're playing the 3-10 Tennessee Titans, right? It's not like you're going up against an elite offense, a quarterback in Will Levis, who probably is the worst starting quarterback in the National Football League. So you got to take it with a grain of salt, but regardless, you've been able to create some turnovers, which again, you were going to be pretty reliant on winning the turnover battle in this game. So far, you're up 3-2. And you forced a couple of punts as well. Actually, believe it or not, that was the first punt that you forced in this game. Nice job by the defense coming out there in the second half, setting the tone and getting a stop. And now you have an opportunity here. You're up 10, If you can go down and get 6 on the board, I don't know if Tennessee has enough firepower to come back from that kind of deficit down 17. Obviously, you never know with this defense, but you get 6 points here, you feel good about your opportunity to close this thing out. Will Be Mine says passing touchdown to Jamar incoming. I definitely think that you will see them get the ball to Jamar not only the rest of this game, but over the course of the next 3 games as well. You know, typically if you're a receiver or somebody going for a record, I don't think it's really like it's one of those things. If it happens, great, but you're not really going to go out of your way to try to get them extra targets or extra carries or extra yards. But I think in this situation with the Triple Crown, it might be different because especially where the Bengals season is at, I think this is something that Burrow and Chase and Zach Taylor are really going hard for. And, again, really, receptions is really the only thing that's going to be close. As far as yards and touchdowns go, Jamar, I think, is going to run away with that. The catches will be close. So let's see if they can get him the ball a couple of more times here in the second half. Here's Burrow. Here comes Drew Sample in motion, and they're going to run it up the middle with Chase Brown. Pickup of 3 on first down. 2nd and 7 coming up. Burrow has been great once again, but does have the 2 turnovers. Threw an interception on their first drive of the game offensively and also had a fumble later in the half. Here's Joe, an empty set. Titans bring 4. Quick pass out to the flat. Drew Sample's got it. Cuts it back upfield. Nice job by Sample making something happen there after the catch. And he will pick up another Cincinnati first down. Pick up a 9. Type those 1s for us into the comment section. Nice job there by the Bengals tight end. I think Drew Sample's a guy that deserves a lot of credit for how this team's playing offensively as well. Eric All Jr., the rookie, was having such a good rookie season. He blows out his knee. And then you needed another tight end to step up from a blocking perspective, and Sample certainly has done that. Doesn't necessarily have any separation ability in the pass game, but has been a great blocker for you and a real critical piece of this offense. Burrow will go under center here on 1st and 10. Little play fake to Chase Brown. Burrow, with all the time in the world, wants to go deep. Instead, he'll sling it over the middle to T. Higgins. Pass is broken up on the play by former Bengal Chidobe Awuzie. And there is a late flag that comes out here. Burrow wanted to go deep here, and he got pretty close there to the line of scrimmage. Was kind of dancing a little bit. Check the flag here. It's going to be PI on the defense. And they're going to get Awuzie, who had the PBI, or the PBU rather, on that play, was matched up with T. Higgins. We'll take another look at this. So a pretty slow developing route here from Higgins. Really, he was not supposed to get the ball at all. Kind of stopped his route and then kind of worked his way over the middle of the field. Awuzie gets a hand on him a little bit too early. That's another penalty for Tennessee. Puts Cincinnati into Titans territory here. 5 seconds to go on the shot clock. Another pitch to Jamar Chase. And he makes a cut back and he gets about 5 yards. So again, the Bengals trying to get Chase easy completions here as he goes for the Triple Crown here. Again, basically a reverse there, but Burrow pitched it to him. And that will be another reception for Jamar. Pick up a 5. (24-14). A nicely sustained drive here for Cincinnati. Haven't hit a big play yet, but are picking up chunks and getting first down. 2nd and 5 here. Burrow once again under center. They'll run it with Chase Brown. He's got some space, but nice tackle made on the play there by the Tennessee linebacker. Looked like he was definitely going to get the first down there. I tell you what, the speed that Chase Brown hits these gaps with is really miraculous. I mean, that ball gets in his hands, and he turns it up quickly. But a nice tackle there by 52 in the open field, able to get 30 on the ground. And we'll bring up a 3rd down. Type in those 3s for us in the comments section. Again, shout out to Tim Tyra for being our mod here and helping us with all these bots in the chat. 7 seconds on the play clock. Burrow surveying the defense. It looked like Amarius Mims flinched on that play. They're going to get one of the Bengals for a false start. Definitely was on the right side. Either Kappa or Mims. We'll see here. And they're going to get the rookie, Amarius Mims, who's had a fantastic rookie season. Has been a real bright spot for this Bengals front office as far as draft picks go, because Lord knows they have whiffed on several, but Amarius Mims appears to be the right tackle of the future. Has been battling through an ankle injury as well, and he just keeps showing out, being up there for every snap and doing his job to the best of his abilities. But gets called for the false start there. It'll make it a 3rd and 7 here for Burrow in the offense. 2 tight ends in the backfield with Joe. Tennessee brings some pressure here. Burrow's got to get rid of it. He does. He wants an end zone shot to Jamar, and it's picked off. T. Higgins shoves the defender out of bounds at the 5-yard line. A little borderline reckless there for Joe. Jamar was getting double teamed there. You just throw that one away, and you got a long field goal attempt for Cade York. And this pass is pretty woefully underthrown there. And Darryl Worley is there to pick it off. So Cincinnati gets no points here after the defense forces a 3-and-out. But Levis and company will be backed up pretty significantly in their own territory. I think within their own 5-yard line. So that's something certainly to monitor. But another bad decision there by Joe Burrow. That's his second. I guess you can't really put the first one fully on him, but that's a bad decision there by Burrow. Just got to throw that one away. Go out there, kick the long field goal. But he takes a shot. Doesn't work out. Hard not to take a shot with Jamar out there. I understand that. But that one backfires. And Bengals defense will be back out on the field trying to protect this 10-point lead. I want to give a shout out to our friends over at PrizePicks, because today's live stream watch party is presented by PrizePicks. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, PrizePicks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 200 times your cash. Run your game all season long on PrizePicks. You can now win up to 200 times your money on PrizePicks with as little as 4 correct picks. PrizePicks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. PrizePicks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks keeps your lineup live. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. They also invented the Flex Play. This is kind of what we're working with here at the Chat Sports offices here. Jack Lauderay threw this one together. Hope you guys took advantage of the freebie. All Patrick Mahomes needed to do was record 1 passing yard, and that was going to be a successful part of that PrizePicks slate. Also with the more than on Jaden Daniels passing yards, and the more than on Tyreek Hill receiving yards, who last I looked hadn't recorded a single catch on the afternoon. So that certainly is not ideal. But download the app today. Use code CLNS. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Now, again, download the app. Use code CLNS. Get $50 instantly when you play 5. It's PrizePicks. Run your game. Speaking of run, they'll run it here with Tony Pollard on first down. They are backed up within their own 5-yard line. Check Twitter here. If you share today's video for me on Twitter and tag me and follow me, that is 3 free raffle entries into our giveaway at the end of our stream. So keep that in mind. I do think Burrow was getting hit there as he released that ball, but still kind of an unnecessarily reckless decision there by Burrow. Here's Pollard on second down. He's out all kinds of space. Gets to the outside and brings it out to the Tennessee 20. So just like that, Brian Callahan's offense has some breathing room to work with here. Here is Levis, once again under center. Play action. Drop back to pass again. Fires over the middle. It's picked off again. This time it's Geno Stone. He's down the sideline, and he will score. Touchdown, Cincinnati. What is Will Levis doing? His 4th turnover of the afternoon. And that might have been 3 straight on 3 consecutive passes. I could be wrong. I may have missed one. But that is terrible. Pick 6 for Will Levis. Bengals defense gets their 4th turnover. Geno Stone. Back-to-back weeks with an interception. Touchdown Bengals. Yeah, Levis is just not seeing it, man. Not at all. There is a safety out on the football field, Will. And he takes a shot from Jordan Battle there at the end. I think if you're Callahan, you got to make a quarterback switch at this point because he's cooked. Here's York for the extra point. It is up. It is good. 31-14. Bang! Now kind of starting to develop into the game that we had hoped for, right? Again, with this defense, no lead is safe. If I'm Callahan, I'm benching Levis. And I'm putting Mason Rudolph in. We update the score here. 31-14. Bengals. Our super chat menu pulled up here again, giving away a Bengals beanie at the end of our stream. Definitely going to be giving away some entries to Tim Tyra, who's helping us out as a moderator, helping us with the bots in the chat as I'm solo producing. Appreciate that, Tim. Going with the naughty or nice list today. You send in a $10 super chat, we'll put you through our naughty or nice list generator. If you're on the nice list, you get double the entries. If you're on the naughty list, you just get the 2 entries. Michael says he changed his sweatpants, and then they score with the pick 6. You may very well have had something to do with that, Michael. Good call there with the mojo switch. Check scores around the league. Going to be doing something we're doing a lot here. The Bengals keep winning. They're going to be scoreboard watching quite a bit. The Jaguars have now fallen behind to the Jets. Browns still have yet to score a point, unfortunately. The Texans have extended their lead on the Dolphins, 20-6. And the Cowboys are now blowing out the Panthers, 24-7. This was the first game in multiple years that the Panthers had been a favorite in. How about that? And they're not living up to that line as they were down 24-7. Mason Rudolph has his helmet on, and he's getting the troops fired up, so all signs point towards him coming in the football game. Kind of a, look, Callahan has to make this call. Really no doubt about it. Because Levis just is not seeing it. How about Geno Stone, though? 2 weeks, 2 interceptions. And Rudolph will give it to Tony Pollard here on first down. Pollard will spin. get tackled after a pickup of 3. So it wasn't 3 straight, but it was 3 interceptions on 4 pass attempts. Yeah, that's not very good. Here's Rudolph in the gun. Takes the snap, fires towards the boundary. Pass is caught, but Josh Newton there to lay the hit on the tight end of Conquo. It will be 3rd down. Type in those 3s for us in the comments section. 3rd and 3. Tennessee's got the football, just made a quarterback switch. Mason Rudolph is in for Will Levis after Levis has thrown 3 interceptions in his last 4 pass attempts and has 4 total turnovers on the afternoon. Rudolph going to change the play at the line of scrimmage here. He's got to hurry and just barely gets it off, and I don't think he did. We'll see if Callahan popped the timeout off in time, or if this is going to be a 5-yard penalty, delay of game on the Titans. And will be delay of game. I think a veteran quarterback there, they probably don't call that. The veterans typically get a beat after that play clock hits 0, but that flag was out immediately when that thing hit 0 for Rudolph. Down to 6 minutes and change. Actually 5 and change here. In the 3rd quarter. Anarumo brings the boys. Rudolph fires over the middle. Pass intended for Calvin Ridley. Incomplete, and a late flag comes out. See if that was Jordan Battle matched up on him. I do believe it was. Battle, by the way, fully taking over for Von Bell at that strong safety position. I would imagine they're going to get PI here on Battle. See if we get another look at this. It appeared as though it was just really good coverage. They are talking this over rather extensively, so they might pick this one up. They're still discussing, still communicating. Come on, pick it up. Callahan says, what are we doing? What's the delay here? Pick it up, pick it up. Nah. 2 fouls on the play, both on Cincinnati. And regardless, it would be an automatic 1st down. For the Titans. Rudolph under center. Pollard, the back in the game. They will reverse it to Ridley, who's got some space, and he's got the sideline. That's going to be a big pickup on 1st down for Calvin Ridley. 15 to 20 yards there on that 1st down run. J. Tufele had checked into the game at that defensive tackle position, and he got beat pretty badly. And here's the handoff on 1st and 10 to Pollard once again. And he's only going to pick up about 2 yards here. At some point, Callahan's going to have to get aggressive. And look, he's only down 17 points right here, but there's only so much time you can hold on to this run game. Going to have to start trying to force the ball down the field here at some point, but it is still relatively early in the ball game, as there's still 4 minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter. Rudolph takes the snap, fires towards the boundary, passes caught by Okonkwo. He doesn't go out of bounds, tries to fight for extra yardage, and was a good decision by the tight end because it was Miles Murphy that was out there in space against him. Murphy, of course, not seeing a ton of time out there on the football field has been a massive disappointment. We got another super chat that we will get to here. And they will sneak it on 3rd and 1 with Rudolph, and he's got enough for a Tennessee first down. And it looks like Nick Westbrook-Akine is going to be banged up here on this play. Haven't really called his name much. He's a really solid receiver for this Titans team. That's what's kind of disappointing. If you're a Titans fan, is you got a solid defense, not playing their best today. You got weaponry on the outside. You got 2 solid running backs. It's just you don't have a quarterback. And in this league, without a quarterback, you are a have-not. Here's a run here on 1st and 10, and the ball is out. Ball is still out. It's picked up by Cincinnati. Jordan Battle's got it. He's going down the sideline. He wants to score too, and he will get there. Touchdown, Cincinnati. He just lost the ball. We will see if he had it long enough. He's celebrating. Let's see if he crossed the goal line while holding on to that football. Jordan Battle loses this. This is going to be the worst feeling of his life if this ball came out before he crossed the goal line. I don't think he was celebrating. I think he just lost it. Oh my goodness, he lost it. He was not celebrating. Yeah, oh my goodness, Jordan Battle, you got to be kidding me. And Tennessee's still going to have life here, as this is going to be a touchback. That is just disaster. Absolute disaster by Jordan Battle. Pretty clear here. He loses it. Man. Now, I'm not going to completely kill him for that mistake because he was not celebrating. He was just switching hands. And then he lost it. I mean, that's just only the Bengals. Only the Bengals that happens. Basically, Pollard fumbled it, and then there was kind of a scrum for the football. All the linemen were jumping around trying to get on it. And then Jordan Battle somehow ended up with it. And then he took off. He found another gear. I thought for a second Ridley was going to be able to chase him down, but Jordan Battle was cooking there down the sideline. And, you've seen guys in the past that, like, spike the ball or whatever before they cross the goal line because they're, like, celebrating early, and that's always really embarrassing. No doubt still incredibly embarrassing for Battle, but I don't think he was celebrating. He was just switching hands. I think he was getting ready to celebrate, getting ready to put the ball up in the air like that. And regardless, it's going to be a touchback. So, you have a 17-point lead, so it's not like full-blown panic here at this point. But, look, the game should be over. It should be 38-14 with some couple of minutes left in the third quarter. But, unfortunately, it is not. But, fortunately, we got a super chat from Dangerous Drew. First ever super chat from Dangerous Drew. And this came in before the phone. We said, Houday Stone's hungry for another interception. Turns out being a fumble, and then the Bengals mess it up and lose the football. All right. But regardless, Dangerous Drew. That's a $5 super chat, and that will get you in to our raffle. I got you down. Appreciate it. John said he didn't need to switch hands. I agree. Muzzle says, I've seen it all with this team. Yep. You've been a fan long enough, they will show you just about everything possible you can think of. Another score update here. Pollard just never secured it. Nice penetration there by McKinley Jackson, third-round pick out of A&M. And then Battle does a brilliant job of scooping it. Gets help from Jermaine Pratt as he's running down the sideline and just tries to switch it to his other hand and just, sickening. He's going to be sick tonight. All right, they'll run it again with Pollard here as they get new life. And it's going to be a pickup of 5. But Jordan Battle's there to make the tackle on the play. I'll tell you what, we haven't seen Joe Burrow in the offense in a minute here. Here's Rudolph. Dumps it off to Okonkwo, missed tackle. And Newton comes up to make the play, and he's able to make it, but it will be a first down for Tennessee. Anarumo pretty fired up there on the sideline. Because the past 2 drives for Tennessee have been a pick six, and then what should have been a scoop and score, but instead it's a touchback. So Tennessee gets the ball regardless, and I haven't seen Joe Burrow since he threw his interception when he was chucking it down the field to Jamar Chase, what feels like an hour ago. First and 10 for Mason Rudolph. No pressure from the Bengals, and the pass is caught. By Josh Wiley, former Cincinnati Bearcat. Makes the catch for Tennessee. Wiley's seen his playing time kind of go down with the emergence of Okonkwo. Here's a 2nd and 3. Wide open Wiley once again. And it's enough for another Tennessee first down. Pick up about 7. Great stuff from Tim Tyra, as always, helping us out with the moderating. And Rudolph fires for Calvin Ridley, and that one was too high. Geno Stone almost had an opportunity to pick that one off, too, for his 2nd interception of the game. But it falls to the ground for an incompletion, and the clock will stop with 46 seconds to go in the quarter. Second and 10. Rudolph has his tight end Okonkwo underneath. Von Bell into the game, makes the tackle. Jordan Battle pretty much has taken over his role completely, but Von Bell is back for that play. And we still got a ball game here, folks. Feels like it is over, but should be over. But with that Jordan Battle mistake, it is not. And we'll see if Brian Callahan wants to run another play here before the end of the third quarter. Doesn't have to. Might try to get Cincinnati to jump as well. 5 seconds to go on the game clock. No, they will snap it. Bengals bring 4. Rudolph over the middle. Pass is caught by Westbrook Akine. First time we've really called his name all afternoon long for 5 yards. Good enough for a Tennessee first down, and that will bring the third quarter to an end. So Cincinnati has a big lead, up 31-14 over the Titans. But it should be 38-14 had Jordan Battle just hung on to the football, but lost it right before he crossed the goal line. And this thing's not over yet. Get those 4s in the comment section for us, because it is the fourth quarter. And, man, it's frustrating because that play just would open up so many opportunities. Now, again, you forced what? 1, 2. I mean, you forced 5 turnovers on the game. Like, that's pretty fortunate that you've been able to do that. So there's definitely, that to pack up or to unpack for Cincinnati. But regardless, all he had to do was walk into the end zone. He was not able to do it, and that's why this thing is still a ball game as we start the fourth quarter. I have 2 super chats that we will get to here in a moment. Quick score update. Ravens up 35-7 against the Giants. I think everybody saw that one coming. Jaguars regain the lead 22-17. Panthers getting smacked 27-7. Commanders up 20-10 on New Orleans. Browns are on the board, but still down 14 to Kansas City. And the Dolphins are only down 8 points, and they are driving in Houston territory. So we will continue to monitor that. Critical that Houston hangs on and wins for Cincinnati's playoff hopes. $10 super chat from Ronald Bird. That is 2 entries. Into our giveaway, raffle, beanie at the end of our show here. Let's see if I can sneak in a naughty or nice really quickly. 1st and 10 to start the quarter for the Titans. They hand it to Tony Pollard, and Mike Hilton, have a day. The veteran having his best game of the 2024 season. Another tackle for a loss. I believe that is his 3rd or 4th on the day, and he has an interception too. So Mike Hilton has not played good football this year, but boy, is he playing good tonight. Great stuff. 2nd and 15 after the TFL. Rudolph takes the snap, and Hendrickson's getting held and no flag. Just throws it at the feet of Pollard, incomplete. 3rd and 15 coming up. I mean, Hendrickson can't believe it. And they are going to call it, thankfully. I did not see the flag. I mean, Hendrickson's just getting abused here by J.C. Latham. Yeah, I mean, that's a hold. Yeah, no doubt about that. Here we go. 2nd and 25. Rudolph in the gun. TB comes in motion. And Rudolph steps up, dumps it off to his running back Spears. And Mike Hilton shoves him out of bounds. Pickup of about 10 or so on the play. 3rd and long coming up for the Bengals. Type those 3s for us into the comment section. Let's see if Ronald is going to be getting any additional entries here. He's not. There's a reason Santa created a naughty list. And you're just one of those reasons, Ronald. So only 2 entries there for Ronald. But regardless, appreciate your super chat. 3rd and 14. Bengals bring pressure. Rudolph fires over the middle. Pass incomplete. DJ Ivy in coverage, and a late flag comes out. Ivy, 2023 7th round pick out of the U. Coming back after he blew out his knee last season. Has done some really good things this season, I feel. On special teams, had an opportunity there on 3rd down. And was matched up on the tight end of Okonkwo, and come on. This crew has been very ticky-tack with these PI calls, which Cincinnati's reaped the benefits of once. But when Joe threw the pick most recently to Jamar, when he was trying to throw to Jamar, they did not call it that time. But for the most part, it's been pretty even. 1st down play goes to Okonkwo again. Tell you what, both Levis and Rudolph really like this guy, Chig Okonkwo. Getting a lot of targets here this afternoon. And gets another catch there. Here's Rudolph. And that one's picked off. Josh Newton again. Oh, my goodness. Tennessee quarterbacks are just throwing it to the wrong team here in this game. Josh Newton with his first interception of the game. But it is the 4th interception for the Bengals defense. And we'll see if that one got tipped or if that was just a horrendous throw. There by Rudolph. But regardless, the rookie, Josh Newton, makes a play, gets an interception. How about that? So Newton's got one. Geno Stone's got one. Mike Hilton's got one. Cam Taylor-Britt's got one. How about that? Now, never would you even consider playing the Bengals defense in fantasy. But imagine if you did. All right, got 870 people in here. Make sure you guys hit that thumbs up icon for us if you haven't done so already. Let's try to get to 300 likes here as quickly as possible. Got some super chats that we need to get to here. $5 super chat from Michael Easterwood. That is another entry for you, Michael. Appreciate you. I've got you written down. Yeah, Tim is definitely our MVP here. Here's Burrow, still in the game. Throws to Jamar Chase. Got to get him a couple more receptions. There is one. Pick up a 5 there on the play. Marvin, $10 super chat. We are now, by the way, $25 away from 200 at 175. So kind of on a roll here. Appreciate everyone that has super chatted, of course. Marvin, we will run you through the generator here in a minute. There's Burrow on 2nd and 4, 12.5 minutes to go. They'll hand it to Chase Brown, and he goes right up the middle, and he's got all kinds of yardage approaching midfield. Pick up a 10, but there is a flag. We'll check the marker here. And it's going to be illegal hands to the face on the defense. So it will be a first down for Cincinnati. Ja'Marr Chase is just having a phenomenal season. My goodness. And they'll run it again here with Chase Brown, and not much there on that one. Big old Jeffery Simmons there to make the play. Simmons is still an elite player on this Titans defense. Pick up a 1, 2nd and 9 coming up. Uriah Foster. Another $5 super chat. That's another entry for you, Uriah. Also, DR No has the Bengals defense in fantasy, but also has Cup. I have Cup in one of mine, and that was a very disappointing performance on Thursday, to say the least. 3 targets, no catches. Bengals back in Titans territory here. Let's see if they run it again with Chase Brown. No, play action. Burrow looking. He wants to go deep, and he will throw it over the middle, intended for Yoshi. Incomplete. And looked like he wasn't thrilled with the route that Yoshi ran there. Third down coming up. Here we go, 3rd and 9, and Zach Taylor is going to call a timeout here with 11.5 minutes to go. While they do that, we will run Marvin through the generator again. Marvin, in the words of Larry David, you've been pretty good this year. So we will double your entries for your latest super chat. It's a $10 one. So that's 2 more entries for Marvin Williford. Appreciate you. Big 3rd down here for Cincinnati. Trying to keep the offense out on the field. Really end this game on top. Khalil Herbert checks in the game at running back. Burrow takes the shotgun snap. Quick pass to Ja'Marr Chase. And he's going to get tackled halfway there to the line of the game. It was 3rd and 9, and they got about 4. And we'll see if Zach Taylor leaves the offense out on the field. You know, when they're showing Jerry Rice highlights and talking about Randy Moss, how special of a season Ja'Marr Chase is having when you're just throwing around those names casually. And rightfully so. Ja'Marr Chase is that guy. And some of us here at Bengals Breakdown have been saying that for a long time. 4th and 5. Offense still on the field. Let's see if they snap it or not. Play clock at 2. They will not, and they get him to jump. And Mims doesn't move. The Titans jumped offside, and Amarius Mims did not react. And Zach Taylor can't believe it. The announcers are saying the ball should have been snapped, but I think Mims just needs to move, and he doesn't. Regardless, we'll see the first punt of the game from Ryan Rico, I believe. And it is. Just turnovers and points here for Cincinnati. It is up. It is away. And it's a good one, as that will be downed inside the 20. And that's where Mason Rudolph and company will go back out on the field. Still 10.5 minutes to go. This game is not over yet. But the Bengals are in a good spot. And we will give our final shout-out of the day to PrizePicks. Of course, is our sponsor on today's show. Appreciate them once again being our sponsor here for our watch party on Bengals Breakdown. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, PrizePicks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 200 times your cash. Run your game all season long on PrizePicks. You can now win up to 200 times your money on PrizePicks with as little as 4 correct picks. PrizePicks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. PrizePicks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks keeps your lineup live. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. They also invented the Flex Play. Really hope you guys took advantage of the freebie they were giving away with Patrick Mahomes. Simply more than half a passing yard. And Jaden Daniel more than 217.5 passing yards. And Tyreek Hill more than 74.5 receiving yards. Not exactly sure what those bottom 2 are up to. We certainly will check here after this game. But that's the Flex Play. Really encourage you guys to try that out. You can double your money even if one of your picks doesn't hit. So download the app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Again, download the app. Use code CLNS. Get $50 instantly after your first $5 lineup. It's PrizePicks. Run your game. All right, let's get this updated here. 10.5 minutes to go in the game. And this puppy is not over yet. The Bengals have had a couple of opportunities to end it. Jordan Battle, and they're a combination of Ted Karras and Amarius Mims, and they haven't. Here's Rudolph on 1st and 10. Throw it to Okonkwo again. He's having a great day. CTB makes the tackle. Pick up a 7. 2nd and 3 coming up. No choice here for Brian Callahan, though. He's got to pretty much abandon the run game and start attacking with Mason Rudolph through the air. So we'll see what Rudolph has in store here and what he can accomplish. 2nd and 2. Rudolph fires over the middle. He's got Calvin Ridley. Missed tackle by Josh Newton. Ridley's got some space. Missed tackle by Geno Stone. The clock will continue to run. Pickup of 21 on the play for Calvin Ridley. First and 10, 9.5 minutes to go. Rudolph, slant over the middle. He's got his man, Akeem Davis-Gaither, not able to bring him down initially. But it is short of the first down as Tennessee approaches midfield here. Going to be another 2nd and 2 situation here for the Titans. Down to 9 minutes to go here in the game. Rudolph stepping up in the pocket. He's going to take off. He's got some space. Mike Hilton's down on the play. He's on one knee as he gets up slowly. We'll see if he is injured here. If not, that is just terrible effort there by Mike Hilton, who's having his best game of the year. Mason Rudolph gets out of bounds. But the clock will continue to run here. 8 minutes, 45 seconds to go in the game. And if they just pick up these little chunks here of Cincinnati, it's not the end of the world. You just don't want to give up a big play. You want them to continue to burn some time here. 8.5 minutes to go. Rudolph takes the snap, fires over the middle, nearly intercepted, but instead it's caught. Akeem Davis-Gaither nearly got a hand on that. Might have been Rudolph's best throw since he has come in for Levis, as that was right on the shmoney. Well, that's a good one there. Squeezes it in between ADG and Jordan Battle. Beautiful ball there by Rudolph. Rudolph, once again, fires over the middle. It's Wiley who gets stood up by the pairing of Battle and ADG once again. Clock continues to run here. Not a ton of urgency from this Titans offense. Under 8 minutes to go here in a game. Seven and a half minutes to go. Bengals bring 4 here. Rudolph steps up, dumps it off to Spears. He's got enough for a first down. It'll be a pickup of 3. Still no real sense of urgency here from the Titans. All Will Levis can do at this point is watch. After Levis at one point in this game had 4 pass attempts and threw 3 interceptions on those 4 pass attempts. 7 minutes to go here. Into the PrizePicks red zone. Bengals bring 4 once again. Hendrickson nearly able to get home, and the pass is incomplete. Pass intended for Bryce Oliver. Hendrickson was just a split second too late. Nearly picked that ball off. Here we go, 2nd and 10. Rudolph looking, firing. He's got Spears. Somebody needs to make a tackle, and they do not. Touchdown, Tennessee. And they're an extra point away from making this a 10-point game. This puppy is not over yet. 6 minutes, 50 seconds to go. And the Bengals defense chews up some clock, but doesn't really do enough as Tennessee scores a touchdown there. Appreciate Michael Easterwood here. $2 super chat. Says he's having a great time with the super host. Appreciate the kind words. Doing my best here at Bengals Breakdown. Appreciate you. Now, I will say, if you guys remember, my score prediction for this game was 31-21 Bengals. Just throwing that out there. Get that scoreboard updated here. While we have a minute, see if I can find it. There it is. Giving away a free raffle entry. We've got some great super chat numbers here, up to 178 in supers today. Appreciate that. But person that comments the most in the next 60 seconds will be chosen for a free raffle entry starting now. So get those comments in there. Spam whenever you got to spam. Any letter you want to type, get it in there over these next 60 seconds. Trying to spike our chat rate here, because the Bengals are trying to hold on here. 10-point lead in Tennessee. Keep them coming. Keep the comments coming. Okay, about 15 seconds or so remaining. Last stretch here, a couple of closing seconds. And time. I appreciate that. Saw a lot of names, a lot of effort. I appreciate it all. We're going to go with Jill Randall here. We will give it to Jill. Our free raffle entry. Make sure you guys stick around. I'm going to be giving away a beanie here at the end of our show. So, Jill, congrats. Appreciate everybody for getting in the comment section and making it happen. And here's Jermaine Burton, who nearly fumbles the kick return, able to hold on to that ball. My goodness, that was close. All right, 1st and 10 for Burrow in the offense. 6 minutes, 44 seconds to go. Sorry, I'll get that off the screen so you guys don't have to keep spamming. All right. And they're going to throw it here on 1st down, and it's dropped by Yoshi. Zach, I think, has been brilliant all afternoon long, but I do not understand a pass attempt there on 1st down. Second and 10. Burrow in the gun. Will they run it here? No. They'll throw it again. And it's another pass, and it's another incomplete pass. And Burrow gets hit. What are we doing? And Burrow's going to be slow getting up here. I mean, what? Let's see. It doesn't seem to be any severe pain. As he goes down, stays down, but he's fine. So the Bengals have taken about 2 seconds here off the clock. Now you got to throw it. He's just thrown it the first 2 times. Now it's 3rd and 10. You haven't taken up any time. Got to throw it again here. Titans bring the boys. Burrow rolling out to his right. Is he going to take off? Doesn't test the knee. Laid across his body to T. Higgins. 1st down, Bengals. Joe Burrow bails out Zach Taylor on 3rd down there. Now let's run the ball here. Bengals up 10 points with 6 and change to go. And Zach Taylor says, let's go pass, pass, pass. And it was incomplete, 1st down. Nice job of Burrow evading the rush. And if he would have taken off, he wouldn't have got there. So that's Joe Burrow being Joe Burrow right there. 1st down, Bengals, clock ticks. Five seconds to go. They will hand it off to Chase Brown on 1st down. Pick up a 5. Get back to our super chat menu here real quickly. See if we can't get the $200 in supers here. At 180 right now. Michael, I got yours. I appreciate you. And that sends a 3-1 after its $2 one. So that is another entry for you. So, Michael, I got you written down. Here we go. 2nd and 6. Burrow hands it off to Chase Brown. And he's got enough for a 1st down. Type in those ones for us in the comment section. Pickup of 8 on 1st down for Chase Brown. And I feel like the drive should have started out with Chase Brown running the football, but luckily they eventually got to it here. Joe Burrow brilliance on 3rd and 10, finding T. Higgins. And you would think that have kind of iced the game. Don't want to speak too soon, obviously, with this football team. There is now 5 minutes to go here as we update our clock. Giving away a Bengals beanie at the end of our stream. $5 super chat gets you into that raffle. If you send in $10, that's 2 entries. Plus, we put you through the Naughty or Nice List simulator. Hand off to Chase Brown. Excuse me. As I choke. And it is a first down for the Bengals. Pickup of 12 on the ground. I absolutely love this kid. I've said it like 5 times, but I'm going to continue to say it. Chase Brown's a guy that I am fine with if he is the running back of the future for this football team. He's totally got what it takes, and he's been great in this game for the Bengals. $10 super chat, 2 entries. We then run your name through our Naughty and Nice simulator. If you're on the Nice list, you double your entries, so it'd be 4 entries. If not, you still just get the 2 additional entries. $20, of course, Jungle Club 2.0. Hopefully going to be giving away a full-size Bengals helmet at some point here at the end of the year. First and 10, 5 minutes to go. 282 likes also. We got to get to 300 before we end the stream here. 867 people in here. Need 18 likes. Burrow hands it off to Chase Brown on first and 10. Picks up 2. Would assume Brian Callahan's going to use his final timeout here, and he will. The Bengals into the PrizePicks red zone here. Nine more likes. Joe Burrow just went and told Zach Taylor something, and he said, okay, all right. Looks like might be some aggression here from Burrow. Second and 9 here. There we go, 303 likes. Appreciate everybody getting us to that mark. Second and 9. Will be a run or a pass. Here comes Yoshi in motion. And Burrow gets him to jump, and he'll pass. Free play here, going for the end zone. Jamar, he's got it. Did he get in? Oh, they are going to rule an incomplete pass. Jamar's frustrated. I think he is barely out of bounds, and I think he's frustrated with Burrow that he didn't give him a better ball here. So we take another look at this. And, yeah, oh, he didn't even catch it. He just landed on it. Joe could have given him a better ball there. Pretty nervy of Jamar to get mad at Burrow, but they have that kind of relationship, I guess. I think that's who he was talking to. But regardless, incomplete. Offsides on the Titans, so they do get 5 yards on the play. So it's 2nd and 4 here in the PrizePicks red zone. At the 15, let's just run it here, Zach. They'll give it to Chase Brown, and he gets dropped for a loss of 5. Brutal. So they basically give it right back after the offsides penalty. Guess who? Jeffery Simmons, absolute stud, runs right through Ted Karras. Karras having a great game, or good game, I should say, and he got blown up on that play. Here we go, 3rd and 8, clock running. What does Zach Taylor do here? Do you trust Burrow to throw the ball, or do you run it? Here's Burrow, and they're going to run it here. Good call. Chase Brown might just get the first down, and he does. The Bengals needed 8. Chase Brown got 8.5, and this game is all but over at this point. Titans have no way of stopping the clock other than the 2-minute warning. What a game for this Bengals football team. And if they don't kick a field goal, that 31-21 score prediction is schmack. And here we go, 1st and 10. They will hand it to Chase Brown here. And he gets stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Although I would rather see a Chase Brown touchdown for some fantasy points Burrow comes over to the sideline to talk with Zach Taylor. Clock continues to run here. Cincinnati will have to snap it one more time before the 2-minute warning. Let's give it to Chase Brown again, see if he can't break one. Get in the end zone. Brown now up to 87 yards on the ground. And Burrow gets him to jump off sides again. Jeffery Simmons thinks it's a false start on Cincinnati. And it looks like he's right. He was confident it was a false start on Karras. But regardless, Zach Taylor burns the timeout prior to that. Make sure you guys like today's video for me right now. That is our Super Chat menu, giving away a Bengals winter hat beanie at the end of our stream here. So really in a matter of moments, we will be giving that away. Cincinnati up 31-21 on the Tennessee Titans. 2.5 minutes to go. 2nd and 9. Chase Brown stays in the game at running back. Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap. Play action. He's going to throw it. He wants Cam Grandy. He's got him. Reaching for the pylon. Did he get in? No. He is just barely short. Out at the 1-yard line. I think Burrow wanted to just show his appreciation for Grandy here. Grandy's done a nice job. He's a practice squad guy to start the year, and he's had to come in and really help fill that void of Eric All Jr., who suffered that torn up knee several weeks ago. And it looked like Burrow was just trying to feed Grandy a bone, show him his appreciation, get him a touchdown. Not quite able to get it. 1st and goal from the 1. Just hand it off to Chase Brown here. And hopefully Zach Taylor called a timeout. Oh, that's bad by Zach Taylor. That is absolutely horrible. Bengals had it 1st and goal at the 1, and they take a delay of game penalty. Unbelievable. I don't know if Burrow's having headset issues or what, because he keeps going over to Zach to get the play. Or if they would just rather talk it out face-to-face at this stage of the game. But regardless, 1st and goal now. But now you're back at the 6-yard line. See if Chase Brown can get it in. This will be the final play before the 2-minute warning, unless, of course, it is an incomplete pass. And Cam Grandy just moves too early, and that's his 3rd false start of the game. So Grandy gets rewarded as they throw it to him down by the goal line. But now they're they're going to call it on Matt Lee here, who's in at guard. Okay, and Lee does flinch first, and then Grandy just kind of goes after that. And if you can read lips, Zach just said, Cam, we can't do that 3 times in one game. That's fair, but that one really wasn't on him, I don't think. I think that's more on Matt Lee. Here's Burrow, hands it off to Chase Brown, stuttering, spinning, and he's going to get dropped pretty much right at the line of scrimmage. Maybe picks up 1. Will take us to the 2-minute warning. Here in Nashville. Feels inevitable that the Bengals are going to be able to get this done. Couple of super chats here that we will get to. Tim has been my right-hand man all stream, helping us out with the bots, being a moderator for us. Appreciate you, Tim. Also says don't forget to like, share, and sub. My guy, Tim. Everybody's fired up about the beanie. Desert Ranger Jesus, that's another entry for you, my friend. And also, Michael Easterwood says we all want that hat. Absolutely. You are down again as well, my friend. Up to 191. $9 away from 200. Again, at the 2-minute warning here in Nashville. Bengals looking to secure back-to-back victories. Minnow says, appreciate the live stream. Been working and listening. I appreciate that, Minnow. We will be here for the next 3 games as well. Hopefully more, as I believe Miami lost. Oh, we got a minute. Let's take a look. The Jaguars are going to blow it here to the Jets, it looks like. Wow. Mac Jones has a minute, and he's down 7. Cowboys going to get a victory 30-14 over the Panthers. And the Chiefs are getting ready to score again. Thought Cleveland would produce in that game, but I was mistaken. Commanders hold off the Saints, win 20-19, and the Texans did beat the Dolphins 20-10, or 20-12 rather. That is good news. Bengals stay alive here in Nashville, assuming they can finish this one off here. Chase Brown stays in the game at running back. I assume the Bengals will run it here. They will. It's 2nd and goal, so not quite victory formation yet. And there's Chase Brown up the middle, hesitates, spins, works his way inside the 5. Third and goal coming up. Appreciate you, Dangerous Drew. Means a lot. Yeah, Chase Brown is really, really good. Appreciate you, Jason. Thank you for all the support. All right, 3rd and goal here. Let's punch one in here with Chase Brown. Burrow under center. They'll hand it to Chase Brown up the middle, and he will reach for the end zone. Did he get in? The line thinks he did, and there's the signal. Chase Brown, touchdown, Cincinnati. As always, they will take another look at this. I think he just did enough to cross the pylon here and get in. See, I don't see a knee down, and oh yeah, that's a touchdown. He was able to lunge forward. The effort there by Chase Brown, phenomenal. The score prediction doesn't work out perfectly, but more fantasy points from Chase Brown, which obviously is ideal. Here is Cade York, who has been perfect during his time as a Bengal, and right on cue, he misses it. I spoke a little too soon there as he hooked that one left. No good. So now it is technically still a 2-possession ball game. So not quite over, but basically over here. So we got a minute and change to go. Big win, though, for Cincinnati. We will update the scoreboard here. 37. And Joe Burrow getting in an animated conversation with Zach Taylor there on the sideline. And if I read that correctly, I think he said, F that, we sucked today. So that's, typical Joe Burrow, striving for perfection. So he is frustrated with his performance. But it's good enough to win, and you're playing a team like Tennessee. Who's not very good at 3-10. So it was enough to win, but that's typical Joe Burrow. He is still locked in until this game is officially wrapped up. All right, update scoreboard here, 37-21. Yeah, I did speak too soon on the Cade York PAT. He's been so good, but hooked that one. All right, here's Rudolph. Dumps it off to Wiley, who gets tackled inbounds by Mike Hilton. Phenomenal day for the Bengals nickel. And only a couple of more plays here. And Rudolph steps up in the pocket, goes deep. Nice coverage there by Josh Newton. Pass intended for Calvin Ridley falls incomplete. Clock will stop on the incompletion. 42 seconds to go. Here's Rudolph, drops back, dumps it off to Spears, who makes Pratt miss, and he's still running free. Nobody has yet to tackle him yet, and Mike Hilton gets twisted around. Pitiful attempt there, and Jordan Battle tracks him down by the sideline here. 30 seconds left. I mean, that is just horrible effort by Cincinnati there defensively. Pitiful effort there. 30 seconds to go. Tennessee trying to get some more points here for morale purposes. They do not have a way of stopping the clock. Here's Rudolph. Bengals bring 4. Rudolph dumps it off to Spears, who makes Pratt miss again, and then gets out of bounds after a pickup of about 5. 23 seconds left to go in the game. Scott C, $5 super chat says, better late than never. Houday, even though Levis ruined my parlay. That is fair. Houday, as always, Scott. Appreciate you hanging out with us. I will get you into our raffle as I get that written down right now. Here's Rudolph. Fires, caught. Tackle made on the play by Cam Taylor-Britt. Westbrook Akine hauls it in for Tennessee, and let's see if they try to run another play here. 8 seconds to go. They got to hurry, and Rudolph spikes it with 5 seconds to go, so there will be one more play here in the game. Michael Easterwood, another $5 super chat. I will get you written down, and that puts us over the $200 mark. Shout out Michael. Just for that, I'm giving you a second entry. There's that. And here we go. Last play of the game. Barring a defensive penalty. Rudolph rolling out. Chucks it towards the end zone. Pass is caught for a touchdown by Josh Wiley. Last play of the game. Tennessee scores. So not ideal for the Bengals defense, as it looks like they're going to give up 27 points again. And I don't think they will kick the extra point. I think it'll be a 37-27 victory for the Bengals. And they will not kick the extra point because it does not impact the game. And Cincinnati gets a win, 2 straight, staying alive here in the playoff race. Get those grades in, A, B, C, D, or F. Good to see Coach Callahan again. He shares a moment with Zach Taylor at the end of the game, and all the best to him, certainly. Just got to figure out that quarterback position, and then he'll have a chance. All right, so we got to get set up here for our duck race. Appreciate all the super chats that we have gotten here. And because Tim Tyra was locked in with us, helping us out as a moderator. Really appreciate that by Tim Tyra. You, my friend, get 10 entries into our beanie raffle. 10 entries for you, Tim. I appreciate you. You've been awesome helping out all day. How about that, Ty, man? We finally got one. I appreciate Tim for being that guy for us. And we will get set up here for our duck race. C+ is what I would say. See a lot of C's in the comments section. Good win for Cincinnati. I don't think you can afford to be nitpicky, considering where you are at. As far as how your season is going, I don't think you can just sit there and say, oh, they did this, this, and this wrong. Should have done this. I mean, they won. So that's something that we haven't seen a ton of this year. They stay alive. Miami loses. Bengals are in a good spot. Not a good spot, but Bengals are alive, I should say. Tim, I got you, brother. Appreciate you. All right, so let me get set up here for this duck race. Bengals 37, Titans 27. Get those grades in the comment section for me. Be interesting to hear what Joe Burrow has to say after the game, because he was not happy during his conversation with Zach Taylor. And, rightfully so. I think they made too many mistakes today offensively, a lot of penalties, a lot of false starts. Obviously, to start the game, Cochran really struggled, but he was really able to settle down. We didn't really call his name there late in that game, which certainly is good, not having to call his name. And I think he settled down. Cam Grandy had several false starts. That last one I don't really blame on him, but obviously that was not ideal. Joe did some things he doesn't typically do. Didn't take care of the football as well as he needed to. And I think he's going to be frustrated by that. But, look, a win's a win. Still scored 37 points. Should have scored a lot more. There's 7 more, I should say. But, unfortunately, Jordan Battle didn't hang on to the football. That's something we'll definitely talk about in our instant reaction video. All right, lots of names here in our duck race. Lots of opportunity to win this raffle. How about this late afternoon slate, though, guys? I mean, my goodness, bunch of bangers here. Steelers, Eagles, and Bills, Lions as well. That is pretty unbelievable. Okay, Jesus with the last-minute entry here. So let me add that in really quickly. Appreciate the $5 super chat, Jesus. That is the last one that we will do here. Dylan says, what do you get for the super chat? It goes to the channel. It goes to the company. So I do not get it, but it really helps us out a lot. I appreciate all of the super chats. All right, here we go. And we are all set up here. We get this pushed over, and there we go. Bengals win 37-27, giving away a Bengals winter beanie here. Hit $206 in super chats on our stream, so really appreciate that. Got about 500 people in here still hanging out. So let's get it going here in 3, 2, 1, and we are underway here. Dylan Keaton says, love this channel. I appreciate that. Lost Pond says, good job, Bengals. Yep, no reason to be nitpicky here. Bengals got the job done, got a victory, and I think that is something definitely worth celebrating. 15 seconds in. Nobody has really made a move. Got all of Tim Tyra's ducks down at the top of the screen. Approaching the halfway point. Nobody really has separated yet. $20 seconds to go. We got Matt. Oh, there's Matt and there's Tim Tyra going neck and neck here. 15 seconds to go. Will they be able to hang on, or will someone make a move here late? 10 seconds to go. It's Matt and Tim Tyra. Tim Tyra's got another duck coming up. 5 seconds to go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Here comes Marvin Williford, and he takes it at the last second. Marvin Williford. Unbelievable. Appreciate all of his super chats here today. Certainly a well-deserving winner of our beanie. Marvin, you can email me, stone@chatsports.com, but I do believe I have your info from the Joe Burrow jersey raffle at the beginning of the year. So if you want, you can still send me an email. But appreciate you, Marvin. No better person to get it done. Dylan Keaton says, Who Dey, love your channel. Very professional. I appreciate that, Dylan. Means a lot. And we will be live over the next 3 weeks to wrap out the regular season. Maybe beyond that. Maybe. We'll see. The Dolphins lost today, so that's certainly good. I think I'm definitely rooting for the Colts later on against the Broncos. Bengals need both of them to lose, but I think in this situation, it's the right call to root for the Colts in that game. Uriah, appreciate your super chats. Appreciate your support as well. And Tim, you're the man. Thank you so much again for being the mod. We'll do that throughout over the next 3 games. Doesn't have to be you, Tim. I totally understand if you don't want to do it, because that is a lot of work for you. But someone else that is trustworthy, we will give them the reins as far as that goes. But Bengals get a victory, 37-27 on the road in Nashville, and technically are still alive. So now we'll be doing a lot of scoreboard watching going forward. I hope you enjoyed it. I certainly did. Appreciate everyone that liked, subscribed, and super chatted. And we will be back next week when the Bengals are live once again. And we also will have our instant reaction video that will be out in a matter of moments. So appreciate everybody as always. Take care, and Hoo Dey, everybody.